Hold on. Oh shit. Alright, hold on. Alright, shalom, y'all. Alright, hold up. Alright, shalom, y'all. I want to give all praise to Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai. Double honors to the apostles and elders of Great Millstone. Salutations to the Akim out there, spreading this truth like wildfire. Shalom to the Israelite foreigners who look like the other nations, but their spirit beareth witness that they're the children of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. And shalom to the real sisters out there. Alright, this live is going, and this live is going to be about the Illuminati card game and how, which is predictive programming, and how it links up to Bible prophecy. You know, I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna read to y'all the different card games. I mean, the different cards that they got up. You know. And then I'll bring y'all scriptures on it. You know, I was looking through these Illuminati card games. You know, a lot of them caught my attention, and there's one of them, you know, which is of course, which is of course predictive programming, and one of them is the atomic monster. And really, you know, with some of these, you have to remember that Esau wants you to think that he has control, complete control, like that he is the Most High. Basically, he wants you to think that he got it like that, and so, you know, you trust nothing. You don't even trust Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, because you think that everything comes from Esau. That's one way that this predictive programming works. And that's why this devil does it. Also, because he has to tell you, there's something coming that if he got something planned, he got to put it in his movies and shit. And then he'll just, or in a game like this or something like this, and then he'll say, oh, that's just a game, that's just a movie, that's just fantasy. and accuse you of being a conspiracy theorist. See, it works both ways. It's actually one of Satan's devices. So I'm gonna bring that out. I'm at 2 Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 11. Lest Satan should get advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. And also, this fits Thessalonians, where it talks about the man of sin, right? This fits. It's in 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, now 1 Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians, chapter 2, verse 3. Wait, Slovakia, damn. Hold up. 1 Thessalonians. It may be in, it's in 2 Thessalonians. So, Slovakia, verse 3. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come. It even fits this one too. Except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. And and the man of sin is being revealed, as Esau Edom. Oh, Salakia. I had my phone right away from my face. Couldn't see me. Hold up. Yeah, I had my phone away from me. But, I deal with something, but, alright, let me get into it. Verse 4, who opposeth and exalted himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, showing that he is God, sitting in the temple of God, so that he as God, sitting in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. So he exalts himself above all that is called God, all that is called a power, including Yahweh Shem Yahushai. That's why it says in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 13 and 14. For thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend unto heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of Yahweh. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation on the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. And one of the ways, this is what he's telling you, and as referred to in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3 and 4. That man of sin, what he's being revealed through those games, but also verse 4 applies to this as well. Who opposeth and exalted himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. And the second temple was a building, but the third temple was our body. So, in our minds, he wants to put it in our minds that he controls everything. he's all powerful like Yahweh Shem Yahushai. So that's how it works as well. So you gotta understand that with some of these cards, like the Atomic Monster card, which shows Leviathan, that's Leviathan is Yahweh's pet, not Esau. So Esau doesn't control everything. Hey, that's a spirit. I actually opened up the Bible right where Job talks about Leviathan in chapter 41. And it shows that Esau can't control Leviathan. I'm going to go ahead and read it since, the Spirit led me to that chapter. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with the hook, or his tongue with the cord which thou lettest down? Verse 2. Canst thou put a hook into his nose, or bore his jaw through with a thorn? Verse 3. Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words unto thee? Verse 4. Will he make a covenant with thee? Wilt thou take him as a servant forever? Which, these are rhetorical questions. Of course you can't. Of course you can't control Leviathan or even make him a pet. Verse 5. Wilt thou play with them as with a bird, or wilt thou bind them for thy maidens? Certainly can't eat them. Verse 6. Even though Esau, that cunning hunter wishes he could, shall the companions make a banquet of him? Shall they part him among the merchants? Verse 7. Canst thou fill his skin with barbed irons, or his head with fish spears? Verse 8. Lay thine hand upon him. Remember the battle. Do no more. Verse 9. He's basically, let me just go into it. Behold, the hope of him is in vain. Shall not one be cast down even at the sight of him? So you're going to be shook even at the sight of him. So much so that you'll be cast down. You may give up the ghost just from seeing him. Verse 10. None is so fierce that dare stir him up. Who then is able to stand before me? Yahweh talking about himself. Because he created Leviathan. So, if Leviathan you can't stand before him, how much less before him, before Yahweh? That's why he's telling Job these things. But the whole point is you can't control this animal. This is an animal that Esau can't control. Verse 11, who had prevented me that I should repay him? Whosoever is under the whole heaven is mine. I will not conceal his parts, nor his power, nor his comely proportion. Verse 13, who can discover the face of his garment, or who can come to him within his double bridle? Hey, the whole point is that you can't control this beast. You can't even pierce his scales. They're like shields. And he actually shoots fire. He breathes fire, like dragons. They say dragons breathe fire. Well, that's Leviathan. He breathes fire. And his eyes are bright, Even his own body, he heats the deep where he's at, Verse 31, he maketh the deep to boil like a pot. He maketh the sea like a pot of ointment. He maketh the path to shine after him. Verse 32, one would think the deep to be hoary, Can't see, right? Well, Leviathan finds a way, Verse 33, upon earth there's not his like, who is made without fear. Because, and it even tells you even more in verse 34, he beholdeth all high things. He is a king over all the children of pride. And Esau is proud. And even Esau can't take Leviathan down, you know. Leviathan is too much for that man, too. You know. And we know these devils are going to try, but they're going to lose that battle. But, you know, they want you to think that they can control Leviathan. They want you to think that they can control the so-called UFOs, which are identified in the scriptures. There's another card that actually goes into that. This devil basically thinks he's the shit. No, he does think he's the shit. Not basically, he does. And I have to use their fucking terms. UFOs and other chariots. Get it right. But they won't. Hey, man. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, this card right here says alien abduction. So-called alien abduction. This card requires UFO or space action. There you go. Claiming he controlled the UFOs. Play this card on any personality at any time until the end of the current turn. This personality has no alignments at all. Furthermore, it cannot get any alignments until the end of the current turn for any reason. Alternatively, play this card on a personality in your hand or in the uncontrolled area to take control of them automatically. And these UFOs, man, they portray them as little green or sometimes big green, man. They portray them as green people, but they're tall and so-called black, as Esau told you in that video, that Edomite actually saw the angels and they were tall so-called black men. But you know, Esau is going front like he run everything. Even this one, Church of Middle America. They'll never get it, even when the saucers are flying ahead, referring to the UFOs. Yeah, man. Even that, yeah, they got a card called Messiah, man, with a beam shining ahead. Even though you do have a Project Blue Beam, or Esau may try to, imitate the second coming or whatever, but it's just that, an imitation, not the real thing. Tried to create his own chariot and it crashed in Roswell. Esau can't imitate Yahweh Shem Yahushua. He can only try. He can't he can try to, but he can't replicate is what I'm trying to say. He can't replicate Yahweh Shem Yahushua's technology. Or he can't he can try to become like Yahweh Shem Yahushua, but he's not going to reach that goal. And there's another one called Flying Saucer. Unique gadget artifact. Yeah, it's a unique gadget that you devils can't control or even create. They're gonna crash because they're carnal. Yeah, this vehicle was found buried in a cornfield in Idaho. It will take a small number of people anywhere in the world undetectably within an hour. Linked to a personality, the flying saucer gives them +10 against any attack to destroy or assassination. It is captured or destroyed if he is. Left on link as property of the Illuminati. Come on now. They're referring to themselves. Because that's why they're called Lucifer in Isaiah chapter 14. Because that means a light bearer. So they're mockingly called Lucifer. Left unlinked as property of the Illuminati, the flying saucer lets you make one extra automatic takeover each turn. This may only be used for a resource. If you make the extra takeover, you must discard your top unknown plot card in exchange. And also so that, he hopes that Esau knows that, well, he knows that he can't control that, but he hopes that you think that, so you don't trust Yahweh Shem Yahushai when he come, You're with him whenever you fight, whenever he fights against Yahweh Shem Yahushai. That's, that you're on his side whenever he fights against Yahweh Shem Yahushai, He hopes to deceive the very elect, basically. But you devils are not going to achieve that goal, according to Matthew chapter 24. Verse 24. For there shall arise false Hamashiachs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect, if it were possible. It means they're going to try but fail. Verse 25, behold, I have told you before, Yahushai told us beforehand. And you devils, y'all are the false Hamashiachs and the ultimate false prophet. That's the Roman Catholic Church. But you will have these different false Hamashiachs also. And you have this devil, this Edomite in Siberia. They call him Siberian Jesus, for example. You will have individual devils as well that will do that type of shit. But the whole agenda is to deceive the very elect. And they're not gonna. There's many ways that he does this, but Yahweh Shem Yahushai exposes all these ways to what he does. Hey man, I was looking it up, and while I was looking down, I already looked that shit up, but what I was trying to say is that while I was scrolling, because I looked this up on Google Images, one of them popped up called resistance is useless, and that's what these devils want you to think, as well, They want you to think that resistance is useless against them. Even the chariots are with them. Hey man, that's how these devils work. Resistance is useless, it's futile, we control everything. At the same damn time, man. At the same damn time. See, that's also how this predictive programming is used by Esau. Yeah, but hey, man, and it occurred to me, I was going through these Illuminati card games, and they be claiming responsibility for everything here. Hey, with the plague of demons, that's Wisdom of Solomon chapter 17 right there. And 2nd Ezra's chapter 15, I think verse 11. He's gonna plague Egypt as before. Esau really just being used to bring that about. Because these Rothschilds, they do witchcraft, they do work with demons, and they put enchantments on 2/3 of our people, for example. So they do work with demons. So, but who's really bringing it about using these damn devils, like using these vessels? They're just vessels to dishonor. Who's really bringing it about? Yahweh Shem Yahushai. That's all these devils are. Is they're a tool. They're a sword in the hand of Yahweh Shem Yahushai. And he's using them. They don't even realize. or if that does kind of occur to them, they're like, oh, that's all right, we'll be able to win in the end. Like, they're so proud that they don't realize them. That's why in Romans, Paul basically compares them to Pharaoh, because they were raised up for the same purpose as Pharaoh. You know, and that purpose is spoken of in Romans chapter 9, verse 17. Even the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, for this same purpose have I raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. You know, because in verse 13 it says, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. And then, so it's talking about Esau right here. And then verse 14, what shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with Yahweh? Yahweh forbid. You know, of course, man. But, you know, he's being used. And the reason was in verse 17. And also as the sword to judge our people, as detailed in Psalm 17, verse 13. But ultimately, he is going to be used to destroy himself. That's where World War III comes in. You know, and even Esau's plans, you know, that's a part of his plans, but his own plans are going to be used to bring him down. That's what he doesn't understand, because none of the heathen shall understand. You know, the Illuminati, they think, you know, they got it, you know, they're so illuminated, right? Well, they think they have such high IQ, but they don't understand this. Psalm 17, verse 13, arise, O Yahweh, Shem Shai, disappoint him, cast him down, deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword. Because, you know, hey man, it's a lot of precepts to bring out about this. This has been hidden from the so-called wise of this world. This, you know, the people that you would think would be able to understand this, you know, they're made fools. They're made fools by this. Hey man, 1 Corinthians chapter 1 details this. You know, hey, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, verse 19. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. And that's what he has done. This has not been given to them. It's been given to people that are considered unlearned. You know, verse 20, where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? Has not Yahweh made foolish the wisdom of this world? You know, made them into fools, made complete clowns out of them. Hey, the vocab Malones of this world. I mean, Yahweh Shem Shai has made complete clowns out of them. You know, that seminary school, all those years he wasted in the seminary school to understand this book. You know, he's been made a clown. And who confounded him? The Hebrew Israelites, men of GMS, and like-minded Akim, who are considered to be unlearned men. You know, just people that you wouldn't expect to know the scriptures like that. You know, oh, he just works a 9 to 5. Oh, he's just he's a bum. He's poor. He's broke. He's a high school dropout, or he only has a high school diploma. You know, and he lives in the hood and all that. Oh, he don't. Oh, Why would he know? Why would he know anything? You know, he works at a temp agency, and they send him to work at a warehouse. You know, he does grunt work. Why would he know anything about the scriptures? You know, he works. He works as a mechanic. He works as a at the HEB where I go to, the Walmart where I go to, you know, the Home Depot where I go to. You know, that's the thinking of this world. That's part of the wisdom of this world that has been confounded. You know, just like they didn't think David could take down Goliath. And then, you know, the people didn't, you know, his own family didn't think that he was fit to be king. That's why he was out there with the sheep while the rest of his brothers were out in front when the prophet Samuel came to anoint someone to be king to replace Saul. That's why, because they didn't think that he was cut out for the job, just like they don't think that we're cut out for this job. We're not so great in this world. We're not all that in this world. You know, when the rich man speaks, you know, scriptures tell you when the rich man speaks, everyone basically extols it like bigs him up. Everybody's like, yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Everybody does that. But when the poor man say something, you know, that's on point. It don't even matter if it's on point or not, but he say something, they're like, what manner of fellow is this? Who is this guy? And they you know, they're helped to them. Who is this guy? Who are these men in tablecloths preaching on the street corners? You know, yelling at the top of their lungs. Who they? That's the wisdom of this world. Or going on YouTube live, you know. Who are these YouTube prophets, man? That's how the world thinks. That's why the world, you know, consistently misses out, you know, consistently underestimates the men of Yahweh Shem Shai. You know, hey, but I'm going to bring that out. 2nd Ezra 15 verse 10. Behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter. I will not, you know, let me get to 8. You know, let me I think I'm going to start at 6. Wait. 5. Behold, saith Yahweh Shem Yahushai, I will bring plagues upon the world, the sword, famine, death, and destruction. Verse 6, for wickedness hath exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and their hurtful works are fulfilled. You know, they have filled their iniquity, their quota of iniquity, basically. You know how wicked that a nation, a people, you know, are allowed to get. You know, before Yahweh Shem Yahushai gotta say enough, and come down, throw the hammer down, come down with that judgment. Verse 7, therefore saith Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Verse 8, I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness, which they profanely commit. Neither will I suffer them in those things, in which they wickedly exercise themselves, you know. They do profane things, you know. Profane, you know, meaning, and it goes into something that's out, that can't be allowed in the temple and the congregation of Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Something that is abominable. Neither will I suffer them in these things, in which they wickedly exercise themselves. Behold, the innocent and the righteous blood cried unto me, and the souls of the just complained continually. Ain't that what we doing right now? Ain't that what, I'm doing right now? We've been sighing and crying. Hey, even though I'm gonna get to it. I gotta plug my phone in. Hey, even 2/3 of our people, even they're in a way sighing and crying, but they don't know how to they got the fear of Yahweh Shem Shai, but not according to knowledge. So who are they sighing and crying to? Not to Yahweh Shem Shai, to Cesare Borgia, to some of our people are Muslims, so to Allah, which just means power, by the way. To the Buddha, to these different false gods, the gods of the other nations, and not Yahweh Shem Shai. But you see, our people are downtrodden here, man. They've been downtrodden, In a way, man. Them protests and our people joining in on them protests, that's a manifestation of that. Because our people are sick of the injustice. The innocent and righteous blood cried out to me. Even though no one perished being innocent, these devils weren't right for murdering these people as well. And so that's a form of that. And it's leading to what? Anger. Leading to anger, leading to rage, and leading to violence. Leading to sedition among men, which is detailed in this chapter. Just like we was cried now in Egypt. Even the songs our people make, we try to make light of the oppression, we got the salt, so we make it cool. We got the flavors, so we make it cool to be oppressed, in our songs. But at the same time, we're like crying out about it, hip hop, rap, it first came about. It was trying to cope with the oppression. It was Judah, which is the so-called black people, trying to cope with the oppression, catching hell from these devils, and then the northern tribes, the Latinos and the Native Americans, they also joined that movement, because they are catching hell too. They identified with it. And also the Israelite foreigners, look like these different nations. That's why, those be the ones that their stars, they got bars, so they exceeded hip hop, so they stand out. Their stars, also Esau gets them to sell out and promotes them. Because Esau infiltrated this whole hip hop. Esau infiltrated hip hop, and he used it just like he infiltrated rock, he stole it from so-called black people. Now, what do you think of when you think of rock music, so-called white people? No, it was originally an Israelite thing, And then, and shit, man, jazz, blues, even country, man. If you look into it, it was made from, and it's about that, you listen to that shit, it's about that, sighing and crying, It came from Memphis blues and that hillbilly music from the Appalachians. They combined, man. They combined. Even that comes from our people. But what do you think of when you think of all these music? You don't think of so-called black people or people that may go back to them, somehow. On their father's side, right? You don't think of someone like that. You think of, let's be honest, you think of so-called white people when you think of these genres. But those are forms of our people crying out, and all that's been done is it's been infiltrated and taken, and Esau has made bank off of it. The Esau has made money off of our sufferings. That's how, that's how these devils lick our wounds, and these heathens too around the world. Rap stars, R&B, R&B, that's about that too. It's kind of also about our people trying to cope with the curses, because one of the curses is what, one of the curses is that I shall be evil towards your brother, and then the dysfunctional relationships, dysfunctional households, the man, the husband, I shall be evil towards his woman, his children, and this woman, the woman that's tender and delicate, would not say it. Like tender and delicate, her eyes shall be evil towards her husband and of a bosom and her children. So, that, all that is our people sighing and crying. What does the devil do further? Those curses. And then he takes those forms of music that are invented by our people because we got flavor. He takes those forms of music and he makes bank off of it. And Esau, namely the so-called Jews, Amalek, and these other heathens as well, because you have these stars around the world. These Jakes that look like heathens. You wouldn't think were Jakes because of how they look. They come out from East India. There's different groups of Israelite foreigners there. Iran, places that you wouldn't think would have it. China, Japan, Korea, Philippines, Southeast Asia. Shit. The land of Ham, you still have our people that's in there. Not all of Judah was sold to Esau or sold around the world. Some of them are still in the land of Ham. And guess what? They're in captivity under these Hamites, these so-called Africans. They oppress our people too. There's even Israelites that look like Edomites, that look like so-called white people. And they're catching hell as well. They don't have actual so-called white privilege. They have what I call diet so-called white privilege. They're giving a semblance, a semblance of that. Like they're giving they're giving a watered down version of it so that they can think, so that they won't identify with their darker skinned brothers and sisters. And the Irish is an example of that. The Sicilians is an example of that. Even the Israelites that come out of Eastern Europe, because our people used to rule Europe. The Moors, they were so-called black people. Moor means black. Moor means very dark skin, which that's so-called black people. The Irish were called the so-called blacks of Europe. They were called the N-words of Europe, and they said that they would say that that they're like a cross between so-called black people and so-called white people, that they are actually ancestors of so-called black people that so-called invaded from Africa. Which, the Israelites did come from an area that used to be considered, a part of Africa, the African continent, Northeast Africa, before they called that whole area the Middle East. So in a way, they ain't lying, but at the same time they are calling us Hamites. you know, and that's another way that Esau keeps Jake from our true heritage. They destroy a man and his heritage. But, today, those same Irish, they're giving them those more crumbs and bigger pieces of crumbs. They're giving that diet so-called white privilege. But, still being oppressed, still catching hell, just not being recognized because of that shit. Because at the same time, they use that against them. But it's the same. They're also being oppressed, They're Jakes that are being oppressed. And our people, they were made to be righteous. And Esau was made to be the wicked, a vessel unto honor and a vessel unto dishonor. But, man was made upright, right? Man was made upright, but his soul seeketh many inventions, through envy of the devil. So wicked inventions, right? Philosophies, the strange women. Those philosophies are compared to strange women. That's why the 144K are called virgins, because they stayed away from those philosophies, from those false religions, false belief systems. That's why we stay away from those philosophies, because we hope to be of the 144K. But, the innocent and righteous blood, cried unto Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Hey, ever since Cain and Abel, they've been slaying our people. And then they're the modern day Egyptians. These Edomites, they're the, you have to understand it. They act like the Egyptians. They act towards their people like the Egyptians. Basically, that's how you have to see it. That's how you'll be able to understand it. They have us in captivity. They put hell on our people. The abortion industry, one of the largest, they fund the shit out of that. They fund the abortion industry. Call it women's health. But since when does health since when does health mean murdering an unborn baby? That's a lie right there, And in ancient Egypt, these devils, they told these heathens, because the ancient Egyptians were actual Hamitic people. So these heathens, they told the Hebrew Israelite midwives what? They told them to kill the baby if it's a boy, because that's how the seed line go through the father. So they told them that they were committing genocide. They were committing eugenics on our people, because our people were multiplying way too much, And I've brought this out before, that there's where do I live? Where do I live? I live in Texas, San Antonio, Man of Valor, Prophets of Doom, San Antonio. That's what camp I'm with. But Man of Valor, we teach the same thing as GMS. We're like-minded Akim, teach the same doctrine. But the Egyptians, what did they were committing genocide, eugenics against our people. Why? Because our people was multiplying too much. And I've actually said this before, that the saying, Mexicans don't die, we multiply. That saying. I hear it a lot, because I heard before, living in San Antonio, a majority so-called Mexican city, which so-called Mexicans are the tribe of Issachar. You know, it's a Genesis chapter 49 tells you about what shall befall the 12 tribes in the last days, and you read about the tribe of Issachar, and they fit it to a T. That's the so-called Mexicans. And Deuteronomy chapter 33, you know, when Moses prophesied about the 12 tribes, you read about Issachar, you read about Zebulun, you know, you could easily see Issachar, that's Issachar and Zebulun, you know, that's Issachar is the Mexicans, and Zebulun is the Central Americans. You could easily see it. And they're right next to each other, you know. They're listed, and they're listed together. They're talked about together. You know, here they are, right next to each other in the Americas. You know, is that a coincidence? No, it's biblical prophecy. You know. So, you know, so Israelites don't die, they multiply. You think of it that way. And that's why they put hell on our people, you know, and they also, you know, when that didn't work, you know, because we multiplied more, that caused us to multiply even more, you know, just like it does to Jake today. You know, we have something to relate to, so, you know, they putting hell on us, so we need to do something, get our mind off of it, you know, because that shit, you know, gets to you, stresses you out, you know, so our people get lit, get drunk. All right, we get drunk, and then what? And then what? Then what happens after? We all know what happens after. You know, when between a man and a woman, when they get together. You know, that happens today in modern day Egypt, America. So it happened back then. You know, you know what happened back then. Ecclesiastes chapter 1 tells you that, you know, the thing that hath been, you know, shall be. The thing that, and there is no remembrance of former things. You think that what's happening today is new, but it really ain't. You know, all these things happen in Egypt. You know, it's just, you know, a different version of it. A different version of what happened back then. You know, with the new twist, new names, the things, you know. But basically the same thing. Also the saying, the more things change, the more things stay the same. You know, that's true. That's true. And it's the same things happening, being done, and it's being done by the same people, the same spirits. Verse 9, and therefore thus saith Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, I will surely avenge them, and receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them. So he will surely avenge our people. He will surely, he is gonna provide that justice that our people seek. So that our people cry for so much, that our people beg, they seek so diligently. But what do? They go to the so-called white man, which is, they're the Edomites. I'm talking about so-called white people will run this place. They're the Edomites. But our people go to them, and they trust on them. When they the devil, man, you know, they're that unjust judge, you know, that's gonna throw you a crumb every so often, throw you a crumb of justice. Here, shut up, you know, and then the next event happens. Oh, outcry, y'all begging this judge, y'all that widow, begging this judge, justice for Trayvon, justice for Sandra Bland, justice for Michael Brown, justice for George Floyd, you know, and even you so-called Latinos and Native Americans, because y'all have cases, y'all getting murdered by the police as well. and they're, but you know, it's just not put out there as often because they don't want you to relate to the so-called black people and click up with them. It's not because, you know, they want you to think that, oh, they only care about the so-called blacks. That way you'll actually envy the so-called black people and not click up with them. You know, which is prophesied that Ephraim, they're going to envy Judah, you know. You know, that's these curses hitting our people. No, because you know how? Because Ephraim how you know that's a prophecy? Because it's also prophesied that Ephraim is going to stop envying Judah. You know, when Yahweh Shem Yahushai, you know, it's in Isaiah. I'm just going to pull it up. It's in Isaiah chapter 11. I pull this precept up a lot because that is exactly, you know, it's in the process of happening. You know, and it's verse 13. The envy also of Ephraim shall depart, meaning there was envy before. And the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim. These so-called Latinos are not going to envy, are not going to be jealous of so-called black men, of los negros. You're not going to be jealous of them and call them morenos, call them mayates, call them all that shit. Talk shit about them. You're not going to do that no more. And the so-called black people, you're not going to vex Ephraim, so-called your brown, you know, so-called brown brothers, right? Your so-called Latino brothers. You're not going to vex them no more. And your so-called native brothers. You're not gonna like purposely, you know, purposely taking women or some shit. You're not gonna purposely clown on them. You're not gonna do none of that shit no more. Vexing them. You're not gonna, you know, there was some events that was happening in Anaheim, California way back, you know, in which, you know, you look into it and, you know, these devils, they actually pay people. They actually have agent provocateurs. They offer them things, or they may offer them a record deal or some shit like that. They offer them perks for doing shit for them. And these devils, I believe they had those two so-called black teenagers, those two Judite teenagers. I believe that they had them do that shit, just to stir up strife between brethren, and that's what these devils do. That is that old game of divide and conquer. See, these devils further the curses. They further them. That divide and conquer, so-called black versus Latino and vice versa. They further that. Because what do? What do they do, you know, so that Judah vexes Ephraim? What they do is in the hip-hop industry, they promote so-called black rappers. You know, even though Judah, I mean, they do have that salt, you know, but there's some good Ephraimite, you know, which Ephraim is the so-called Puerto Ricans, but also as a whole, it includes the whole northern kingdom. The house of Joseph, which Ephraim is the head of it. The southern kingdom is the house of Judah. But the southern kingdom is made up of 3 tribes, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. So they do that. But Ephraim, you know, also got some talent when it comes to that. They got some artists that go hard. But what are they? Blacklisted in the industry. And that's actually Ephraim's main beef with Judah. Along with the issue, along with the, oh, you get with our women type deal. Our women get with you type deal. That's, you know, it's two points, two reasons why there's contention between the tribes. That, you know. which that other part, just comes from Ephraim not knowing that Judah is the same people as them. But, and it comes from miseducation. It comes from that divide and conquer. And then in the workplace, what they would do is promote a lighter skinned Judite, or they'll promote a so-called Latino in the workplace over the so-called black man. And the lighter skinned so-called Latino over the darker skinned so-called Latinos. They'll do that too. Because that goes back to that Willie Lynch. That goes back to that divide and conquer, which they do that shit to both kingdoms. In the woman versus the men, you have Eve being promoted. Eve is the so-called, as the Israelite woman, is the so-called black Latina Native American woman. They will promote one over as manager in the workplace. For example, they'll promote one to a higher position, give them perks over the men. Especially one that is so-called opinionated. One like that they'll promote because they know it pisses Jake off. Jake just mean Israelites. They know it pisses Jake off, and so they'll do that, and it increases the tension between the man and the woman. And what they'll do also is they'll give them, the court system will favor the woman. Like the court system, overwhelmingly, the rule is that the court system favors the woman. Especially, the child support system. You'll have a child with the woman. I mean, you and your woman, your woman will tell you, this is your kid, and you'll think it's your kid, and then you'll raise it. You'll spend time with the kid, but you do a DNA test. Oh, not the father. Oh, but you spend X amount of time with that kid, so you kind of are the father, is what they'll be like. And you'll still have to pay child support, but the custody goes to who? A lot of it will go to the woman. The baby mama will use that custody, to be like, oh, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, We'll use it to vex the man, to fuck with him, because she's bitter, especially with him seeing other women, because she's bitter, so she used that. Then that's that evil eye, between the woman and the man against each other, because at the same time you have men that grow up in this situation, in these households, they'll either like become a simp, or they'll become, or like a gangbanger or something like that, bulls in the net, right? Because they hate being the man, and they hate men because they've been raised in the household that hates men. And or they'll become like, they'll do the same shit to their woman, because sometimes you do have that. So they'll fuck a woman over that they'll get because they were fucked over. Because they were fucked over because their mom, was treated them like shit. So you have that backlash, and then you have that pushback, and that's how these devils further the curses. And that abortion, that's also what they use, is they'll use the Israelite woman. Oh, it's for your health. Yeah, you got the right to do it. Go. You can't afford it. You got the right to do it. So go get rid of your baby. Take that Plan B, or go to Planned Parenthood. Get rid of your baby. Because that's the modern day version of what the Egyptians was doing back then. The modern day version of it is that. And you notice where these where these abortion clinics are, it's in an area with a large Israelite population. A large, like in the ghettos, in the hoods, in the barrios. Now even Israelite foreigner areas too as well. When in the ghettos, the hoods, the barrios, the places where Israelites are being oppressed. They're in those areas. That is the so you know who they're targeting by that. And Margaret Sanger, she said that. She said, we gotta get rid of these human weeds. These what she was talking about was Israelite babies, so-called blacks, Latinos. The Latinos. They're it's a lot more of them that are of indigenous descent than what they want to let on. The Native Americans are included in that as well. So-called black, Latino, and Native American babies are targeted for genocide before they're born. That's what the whole Planned Parenthood agenda is about, and that's also how they make a profit out of it. They sell the organs of our babies. They've been caught doing it, and so it's like a whole industry out of murdering Israelite babies. This woman is drunk with the blood of the saints, which this woman is Babylon, the Great, America, the whole, also known as Lady Liberty. This woman, it talks about her, this whore, the woman that rided the beast. It's symbolic. Revelation 17, a woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Yahushua, which is the real name of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And before in verse 5 it tells you, and upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. That's America. The woman who rides the beast, NATO, aka also the EU. The NATO countries in the EU make up this beast, this tin-horn beast. Because the EU, you look into it, it started with 10 horns. The European Economic Community started with 10 horns back in the Treaty of Rome. Those nations, the Treaty of Rome tells you right there, because this place is also the revived Roman Empire. And that's the beast, That's the woman, and the woman rides this beast, the 10 horns. But you know what? The 10 horns, they're coming to hate this whore. No. Hey, Esau, he's gonna pay. He's gonna pay, and this is one of the ways that he's gonna pay. And with all the innocent blood from among them. Verse 10, by my people was led as a flock to the slaughter. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt. I will no longer wait. Just like back when we was in ancient Egypt, and our people was crying out, sighing and crying to Yahweh Shem Yahushai, to their souls, the souls was, and to, our people, of course, was doing the same thing in Egypt as today, but at least our people knew they was Israelites. In this Egypt, they don't. And that's why we have to teach them. That's why we have the 12 tribes chart, which is just a guide, basically. It's a guide, because in general, the so-called blacks are the tribe of Judah. In general, the Haitians are Levites, the West Indians are the Benjamites, Native Americans are the Gadites, the Ishkarites are the Mexicans, and so on. In general, it does apply to them. But there are exceptions, and we do bring that out as well. So for you 12 tribe chart haters that say, oh, the 12 tribe chart is going off, well, consider that. Consider that. Because you don't know what you're talking about, man. Or you're just filled with emotion. You have the evil eye towards your brother, and that's why you don't agree with it. No. Yeah. Verse 11, but I will bring them out, them with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm, and smite Egypt with plagues as before, and will destroy all the land thereof. And that's the point right there. That's the point right there. What were the plagues that struck Egypt? Why? How would wisdom of Solomon? How would this Illuminati card, the plague of demons, have to do with it? Well, let's go into it. The plagues of Egypt. I'm gonna get to, the darkness, plague of darkness. I'm bringing it out, and hold up, verse Exodus 10 verse 20. But Yahweh Shem Yahushai hardened Pharaoh's heart. No, let me get to the point. Verse 21. And Yahweh Shem Yahushai said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. Verse 22. And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. Verse 23. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days, but the children of Israel had light in their dwelling. So Egypt, these Egyptians, these heathens were going through it. And Wisdom of Solomon chapter 17 goes in detail into these plagues, into the plague of darkness. For great are thy judgments, and cannot be expressed. Therefore unnurtured souls have erred. Verse 1. Verse 2. For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation, which set apart, right, chosen, they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness, and fettered with the bonds of a long night, laid there exiled from the eternal providence. Verse 3. For while they were supposed to lie hid in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions. Verse 4. For neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear, but noises as of waters falling down sounded about them, and sad visions appeared unto them with heavy countenances. So these Egyptians, they thought to oppress the holy nation. They were shut up in their houses, man. They became prisoners of darkness, fettered with the bonds of a long night. They laid there exiled from the eternal providence. Man, they were supposed to, for a while, they were supposed to hide in their secret sins, that they committed against our people. Even sins that weren't known. They were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness. Because these heathens have always had these secret councils against us where they plot. They were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions, and that's demons appearing to you and fucking with you. You know, all these horror movies that you see out there, man. That's about that, man. That goes into that because they know that this place is gonna be plagued again. This new Egypt is gonna be plagued again, just like Egypt was plagued. But the original Egypt was plagued. You know, He's gonna plague Egypt as before. They know this. That's why they make those movies. You know, and you know some of these, they'll tell you. You know. No, actually, a lot of them. There's a lot of them that they'll do this. But you know, that just makes it even scarier. You know, they'll tell you, "Oh, it's based off a real story." So then you're like, "Oh fuck, this can actually happen in real life," and I'm telling you, it can. You know, the what you call it, the like paranormal activity. They say that about it. You know, the way it's taped like a home video. You know, realistic and shit. And you know, it's these demons, they were fucking with them. And as well as, you know, these other movies, you know, The Omen's about something else. The Exorcist, Insidious, you know, all these movies that go into demons fucking with people. You know, they're even, I believe, I'm not sure though. I'm really not sure, but I believe it says that about Insidious. But I'm not sure. But even so, man, this shit can happen in real life. It's actually detailed in this chapter. Happened to a whole nation, the Egyptians. You know, and it's not the last time it's gonna happen. You know, as I brought out before. They were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled. Horribly astonished, you know, shocked, surprised, came out of nowhere, and troubled with strange apparitions. Verse 4, for neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear. You know, back into the corner, you know, the area, the spot that you're at, you know when you think you back into a corner to, you know, against the wall, against a wall or a corner, so that nothing creeps up behind you. But it didn't keep them from fear. But noises as of waters, falling down, sounded about them, and sad visions appeared unto them with heavy countenances. So sad vision sounded about them, the waters. Sounded about them. And you know, sad visions, you know, appeared unto them with heavy countenances. I want y'all to visualize this. Because, you know, it's coming. It's coming, and it happened to the ancient Egyptians. And sad visions, you know, meaning like terrible shit, man. Shit that'll fuck you up. Shit that'll fuck you up mentally. Scare the shit out of you. And appear to them with heavy countenances. Think of those demons that appear to you, you know. That appear to you, you know. They don't got a pretty face, you know. You know, they don't got a comely face, a pretty face when they appear to you, or, you know, a happy face, you know, like a friendly face, okay? No, when they appear to you, you know, they look fucked up. You know, heavy countenances. You know, scary shit, man. Verse 5, no power of the fire might give them light. Neither could the bright flames of the stars endure to lighten that horrible night. So no power of the fire might give them light. And that's, so When you're scared, what do? It's night, it's dark, and you're scared. You hear some shit. What do you do? You turn on the light, or you get a flashlight or something like that. Something that'll help light up the area. Your phone even. Something that'll help light up the area. Whatever you can get. But no power of the fire might give them light. Neither could the bright flames of the stars endure to lighten that horrible night. So even outside, you say you camping, or you was out working in the field. You was out, like these Edomites like to do, out hunting, right? You was out in the field, outside and shit. And this happened, There was Egyptians that was out there, or that would run out their houses if they could get out. Neither could the bright flames of the stars endure to lighten that horrible night. And back then you didn't have these LED lights. You didn't have these traffic lights out there lighting the roads. So back then the stars and the moon would serve for that purpose, But neither could the bright flames of the stars endure to lighten that horrible night. Verse 6, only there appeared unto them a fire kindled of itself, very dreadful, for being much terrified, they thought the things which they saw to be worse than the sight that they saw not, So a fire kindled of itself, very dreadful. Angels, angels are spoken of are called ministers of fire, His angels are ministers of fire, So, and angels are what? Celestial, spiritual beings, right? And even Yahweh, the Most High, he is the Spirit. He is the Father of spirits, and he is a consuming fire. So, what is that energy? Fire is one way that energy manifests itself. It's different forms of energy. There's fire, heat energy, right? Electricity, they burn. Fire burns, electricity burns. It's in different form. That's the type that'll burn you. The electricity and the fire. And you have sound energy, right? So you have vibrations. That's what sound energy is made of, vibrations. So, think of it this way: you get a certain vibe from someone, right? You get a certain vibe from someone, from something, because we have spirits in us, our soul. That's our spirit. That's that your soul itself, man, made up of energy. So you get different vibes from different people, right? There you go. Because that's one form of how energy manifests itself. It's different forms of it. So, you have only there appeared to them a fire kindled of itself. Very dreadful, kindled of itself. They didn't start the fire, kindled of itself, man. And Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, make no mistake. The Most High Yahweh, He's the Father of spirits. He controls both good and evil spirits. And that tells you that, it tells you that in First Kings. It tells you that in First Kings, when it goes into King Ahab. When it goes into King Ahab, when he went up against Ramoth Gilead, what happened? I'm about to get it. Ahab's false prophets. There you go. It's Ahab in the Hebrew. Ahab is just an English pronunciation of it. And you know, it's actually my name. You know, it means love. But you know, that's just, it means love, the actual name, which, you know, it's a word that means love. And Ahab Amat, you know, Amat means truth, wisdom. So my name means love, truth, or love, wisdom. And let me go into it. And he said, you know, this is the prophet Micaiah, and he said, you know, the same one he spoke of. And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat is really Jehoshaphat, did I not tell you that he would prophesy? I saw all Israel scattered upon the hills as a sheep that have not a shepherd. And Yahweh Shem Yahushai said, they have no master. Let them return every man to his house in peace. You know. And then he said, did I not tell you? Ahab said unto Jehoshaphat, did I not tell you that he would prophesy no good concerning me but evil? Verse 19, and he said, hear thou therefore the word of Yahweh Shem Yahushai. I saw Yahweh Shem Yahushai sitting on his throne, and all the hosts of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left. Keep that in mind. Verse 20, and Yahweh Shem Yahushai said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And one said, or Ahab, you know, and one said on this manner, and another said on this manner. Verse 21, and there came, and another said on that manner. Verse 21, you know, really it says deceive, you know, the deceived and the deceiver are his. Hey, but verse 21, hold up, actually. Salakia. Alright. In verse 21, and there came forth the Spirit, and stood before Yahweh Shem Yahushai, and said, I will persuade him. Verse 22, and the Yahweh Shem Yahushai said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him and prevail also. Go forth and do so. Verse 23. Now therefore behold, Yahweh Shem Yahushai hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets, and Yahweh Shem Yahushai has spoken evil concerning thee. You know? So this demon, this lying spirit, this evil spirit, he's an evil spirit. You know? He is sent to do evil to who? King Ahab. You know? Now therefore, behold, Yahweh Shem Yahushai had put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets, and Yahweh Shem Yahushai has spoken evil concerning thee. You know? So, who did it? Yahweh Shem Yahushai. That's who. You know, so he controls both sides. You know, make no mistake about it. He says, I create good, I create evil. Make no mistake about it. So, you know, this plague that was put on them and these strange apparitions, they were sent from Yahweh Shem Yahushai. And that's I the Lord Yahweh Shem Yahushai do all these things. You know, because he can't be all nice, all good, all good all the time, you know. That's Barney. That's not Yahweh Shem Yahushai. You know, there gotta be judgment. There's gotta be punishment for going off. Yahweh Shem Yahushai means business. You know, I'm trying to find that scripture which brings that out. Our Lord do all these things. It gotta be that way. He is hey man, he's a balanced power, no fair power. That's Isaiah 45 verse 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, Yahweh Shem Yahushai, do all these things. You know, he do all these things. You know? Because, yeah, man, there gotta be a punishment for going off. Otherwise, there's no punishment for going off. Then people don't respect the law. People don't respect the law, and the heathens mess with our people. But they're going to be punished for that because there is punishment for that. He is a power. He's the most high power for a reason. Come on. You gotta look at the scriptures and not just what these so-called pastors, what they tell you, what they read to you. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, man. Look at the scriptures. Like don't be forced. Don't just let them spoon feed you the information or the Kool-Aid, man. Don't do that. But you ain't gonna know Yahweh Shem Yahushai. You look in the scriptures and you see for yourself. You have discernment and you use the scriptures. Yeah, they thought, okay, back on the point, and they back on the subject, right? And they thought the things which they saw to be worse than the sight that they saw not. They thought the things, so what they saw, they thought it to be worse than the sight they saw not. And that's what you see. That's what you see out here, man. No, Salakia. That's what you're gonna see out here. When it's dark, the sight they saw not, they thought what they saw to be worse. These demons that appeared and they fucked with them. Even though you are scared of what you don't see, scared of the unknown. That was even worse. What they saw was even worse. Verse 7. Hey, and you think of there was a scene from a movie where these Edomites were out in the woods, and they were out there in the woods, and he lit a fucking fire, man. And it was dark, and they lit a fire, and a demon actually appeared in that fire, man. So the fire could not help them. You think of that. You think of those situations. Verse 7, as for the illusions of art, magic, they were put down, and their vaunting in wisdom was reproved with disgrace. Because, they thought that they had it right, but they were made fools. The wise of that world were made fools. Hold on. Matter of fact, the wise of that world were made fools. All right. Verse 8, for they that promise to drive away terrors and troubles from a sick soul, were sick themselves of fear, worthy to be laughed at. So, you know, these exorcists, right? These exorcists, perfect example. You know, they show you in that movie, The Exorcist. That exorcist, I believe that exorcist that was basically exorcising the devil, the demon from that girl. The demon hopped on him. He was like, "Get out, you son of a bitch!" And then the demon, "Get out, you son of a bitch!" And that demon jumped on him. You know, hey man. And then what? I believe he killed himself. He knew he had a demon on him. And then, hey man, and you know that reminds you of stories in Matthew, where the stories of Yahushai casting out demons from these people, and one of these demons. One of these demons, there was a story about a demon that possessed a dude, and they were legion, you know, and they couldn't exorcise the demon out that man. They couldn't do it. You know, they actually tried to say that Yahweh casted out demons by Beelzebub, by Satan, basically. You know, because these Pharisees were talking shit. They were scoffing against Yahweh Shem Yahushai. You know, because our people are stiff-necked, especially them. They had an agenda, man. Because, you know, they had an agenda to come against them. Because Edom was backing them up. They were backed up by the Romans. The Pharisees they were backed up by the Romans. The Romans had troops. The Romans were the ones that backed them up, you know. They were recognized as the Judite authorities, and the wicked scribes and Pharisees. And you know, it was not. So they were coons. They were house niggas, really. So they were well, really the best way to describe them as sambos, because you had some house niggas that would actually help the slaves. So they were sambos. That's what they were, and that's why they came against Yahweh Shai. And what did they do when they betrayed Yahweh Shai? They said that we have no king but Caesar, showing you their loyalty. And they told the people to say that, to sell Yahweh Shai out. And because their fear was that, oh, we let this man continue, you know, we let this man continue, we're going to lose our spot, our authority, our nation, and the Romans are going to come down. And they're going to fuck us up. You know, having no faith. That's why they did it. They also had fear of losing their power, and they had no faith. But anyways, you know, the point is that as other people they tried to do stuff to control this man, and the man would just break out. They would try to put him in chains, and he would break out, and he was beating motherfuckers up. You know, you had that case. You had another case where a woman had a son, and the son was vexed with demons. He was so vexed. He would jump into, and oftentimes he would fall into the water, oftentimes into the fire. You know, he'd try to kill himself because he was tormented with demons. And you know, Yahweh Shai, you know, got him out. But there's some demons that you can't get out but by prayer and fasting. Yeah. Okay, okay. Later on, later on. I'm busy. Yeah, man. But, hey, and there was a group of people, you know, there's a group of people during the time of the apostles called the vagabond Jews. And what they would do is they would try to, they would, the vagabond Jews, they were basically, they were Israelites that, you know, they had gone off. And so they couldn't go back to their land, to the land of Israel, because you know, they would face backlash. Because back then, you know, you still had the law kind of being enforced. You still had that, so you so you had and they would try to cast out demons. They would try to cast out demons. And but hey, man, I should actually pull that up. About the vagabond Jews. Vagabond Jews. Vagabond Jews. Let me find it. Oh, yeah. Acts chapter 19, verse 13. Then certain of the afflictions. Alright, let me go. Damn, where am I gonna go? Where am I gonna start? Oh, we're in diverse. Okay. Hold up. Come on. Yeah. And this continued by the space. Okay, basically, he was doing miracles, right? Yeah, different miracles where he would, one, where he put, he put hands on some young men and had them, and they spake with tongues and prophesied, different miracles. And he went into the synagogue and spake boldly for the space of 3 months, disputing and persuading the things concerning the kingdom of Yahweh. Verse 8. But, verse 9, but when divers were hardened, and believed not, but spake evil the way before the multitude, he departed from them and separated his disciples. The disciples disputing daily in the school of one Tyrannus. Verse 10, and this continued by the space of 2 years, so that they which dwelt in Asia heard the word of Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai, both Jews and Greeks. And verse 11, And Yahweh Bashem Yahushai wrought special miracles by the hand of Paul. Verse 12, so that from his body were brought from the sick handkerchiefs or aprons, and the diseases departed from them, and the evil spirits went out of them. Hey, and then verse 13, and certain of the vagabond Jews, exorcists, took upon them to call over them which had evil spirits in the name of the Lord Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, name of Yahushai, saying, we adjure you by Yahushai whom Paul preached. So they tried to rebuke them in the name. And what happened? In verse 14, and there are 7 sons of one, save a Jew, and chief of the priests which did so. Verse 15, and the evil spirit answered and said, Yahushai I know, and Paul I know, but who are ye? He's like, who are you? Who are you, bruh? And the man in whom the evil spirit was, leaped on them, and overcame them, and prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded. So, then, Yahweh Shem Yahushai is not working with them. But, they tried to use the name of Yahweh Shem Yahushai. They were vagabond Jews, though. They're going off. And that's why they were not in the land of Israel. I knew they were Jews, raised Jews, man, but what they did is they went off. Hold on. Because they was going off, they didn't stay in the land. They're among the heathen. So, Yahweh Shem Yahushai wasn't working with them. And he leaped on them and overcame them. Had that super strength. They show that in the movies as well. And prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded. He fucked them up so bad that they fled out that motherfucker naked. After he whooped his ass, he probably tore they clothes off and shit. Yeah. Through, man. Verse 17, and this was known to all the Jews and Greeks, also dwelling at Ephesus, and fear fell on them all, and the name of the Lord Yahushai was magnified. They heard of these vagabond Jews, trying, they going off, but they want to have the power. They tried to use the name of Yahushai to rebuke these demons, and they weren't able to. They wasn't able to, which is why fear fell on them all. That's exactly why. And that's why fear fell on the Jews and Greeks, which, mind you, they was both Israel. They're Hellenized Jews called Greeks, and there were Jews that were in touch with their heritage, called themselves Jews. Just Jews, of the circumcision, right? So it was known, and fear fell on them all in the name of Yahushai, Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, Yahweh in the name of Yahushai. That name was known. His name was magnified, actually. Hey, man, verse 18, and many that believed came and confessed and showed their deeds, that they repented, right? Verse 19, and many of them, which proves that works, faith without works is dead. Verse 19, and many of them also which used curious arts brought their books together and burned them before all men. So witchcraft. They had witchcraft books, spells and shit. They brought their books together and burned them before all men. And they counted the price of them and found it 50,000 pieces of silver. Through all this, verse 20, so mightily grew the word of Yahweh, Bahashem Yahushai, and prevailed, man. That's how. That's how. So, you know, there you go. The whole point was that you had Israelites that tried to do it. They tried to rebuke these demons, and they were not able to. Because Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai was not working with them. And you're going to have those exorcists of different people. You know, some, you know, which are jakes. You're going to have them, and they are going to try to rebuke, they're going to try to rebuke they're going to try to rebuke these demons, but you know, it's not going to work. The demon's going to turn and fuck them up. You know, they're going to be sick themselves of fear, worthy to be laughed at. You know, these pastors too, because they're not calling them the name. Even these you jakes, they know you're Israelites. You know, you're gonna try to call on the name. You know, even though you've been going off, you're gonna try to call on the name to rebuke these demons, but you know it's not gonna work, and you're gonna be sick yourselves of fear, worthy to be laughed at. You know, because 2/3 of you jakes are gonna get this punishment as well, being joined unto the heathens, being having a covenant with them. You're traitors. You're actually, you know, like one of the heathen on this side. So you're basically considered to be a heathen on this side. So you're like these Edomites and these heathens. You act like them, and you believe like them and talk like them, and you know, walk like them. You just move like them, and you know, whether you look like them or not is really immaterial. Y'all gonna catch that hell. Y'all gonna be y'all, and this is some of the part of the hell that y'all gonna be catching, that plague of darkness. Because the blood of Yahweh Shai don't cover you. It's the name of Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai don't protect you. You know, verse 9, for though no terrible thing did fear them, yet being scared were beasts that passed by in hissing of serpents. Beasts that pass by, you know, making them noise. That noise, like they're running and shit, man. You know, but you can't see what it is. And hissing unless it's close up. You know, when that darkness was so great, you know, it's that dark. You know, when it's so dark, that's just the pain, man. You know, when that's the affliction that I've been dealing with. But you know how it's so dark. You know when it's so dark that you can't see in front of your face? There you go, man. There you go. Pitch dark. Pitch black darkness. That's gonna be that plague. You know, and it came to the ancient Egyptians, you know. Modern day Egypt, it's gonna be plagued too. You know. They died for fear, verse 10. Denying that they saw the air, which could of no side be avoided. You know, even noises that seemed like someone was coming at them. You know. No, I know there was something there. It's not just the air. No, I ain't tripping. I know there's something there, you know, and then they fucking died of fear. They gave up the ghost. Verse 11. For wickedness condemned by her own witness is very timorous, shaky, and being pressed with conscience, always forecasted grievous things. You know, yeah, man, you're gonna be tripping, you know, if you know you've been going off. You know, You know that judgment is coming. You could feel it, but a certain, fear, basically of indignation, of his righteous indignation, for those of y'all that go off and fall out, certain fear. It's very timorous. They knew they was doing wrong. They knew it. And being pressed with conscience. Their conscience, their conscience told. They knew it in their deep in their heart, They knew which your law, that's your law of your mind. So deep down they knew, in their soul. They knew. Always forecasted grievous things. Oh shit, I'm going off. I know I've been going off like them. I know we've been mistreating the people of Israel. I know we've been mistreating them. Oh shit, we about to die. We about to, them Hamites, right? Booty scratching and Hamites. Booty scratching, smelling like booty Hamites, right? Those Egyptians. We know we mistreat Israelites. Oh shit. We going die. We going die. We going die. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, verse 12. For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the soakers, the comfort, right? Which reason offered, And verse 13, an expectation from which being less count the ignorance more than the cause which bringeth the torment. Yeah, man. They expect, the ignorance more of what's going on, in the darkness. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going to happen. Count the ignorance more than the cause which brings the torment. But they sleep in the same sleep that night, which was indeed intolerable. Because they expected the worst. They was doing wickedness. But they sleep in the same sleep that night, which was indeed intolerable, and which came upon them out of the bottoms of inevitable hell. They was in the low estate. They was catching hell. Verse 15, were partly vexed with monstrous apparitions, and partly fainted, their heart failing them, for a sudden fear and looked upon, and not looked, for a sudden fear and not looked upon came upon them, and not looked for came upon them. It came out of nowhere. They thought shit was good, was sweet, or at least, okay, we're good now. And then what happened? Boom, out of nowhere, they turn around. They got that feeling, oh, someone behind me. Let me turn around and see. Boom, it's a fucking demon, yo. You have that feeling that someone is behind you, someone is staring at you. You don't see him, but you have that feeling. You turn around, oh, it's you. You scared, you startled me. That's how you be like. So, how they was, turn around, oh shit, it's a demon. It scared them shitless. Instead, imagine that feeling, but instead you turn around and it's a demon that did that shit. Imagine something tap you on the shoulder, like you think that's one of your homeboys, or one of your brothers or sisters, or like your family member, your woman. You think it, or for your woman, your man, your man, someone you think it's someone so you're like, you turn, but you're startled, kind of startled. You just think, you think you turn around and you see, because you think it's someone you turn around, bam, it's a demon right there. You know, that that is that's how that day is gonna be, and that's how it was for them. Terrible. Ah, verse 6. So then, whosoever there fell down was straitly kept, shut up in a prison without iron bars. You know, and Bakar Ahmad, you know, the brother Bakar Ahmad brought this out way back. He brought this out. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17. And this shit is real, man. You know, it's coming here. You know, so whoever fell down was straightly kept. You know, you fall somewhere, you're scared to move. Oh, fuck. They're gonna hear me. You know, scared shitless. You're just staying there. You're staying there. You're shut up in a prison without iron bars. Verse 17, for whether he were husbandman or shepherd or laborer in the field, he was overtaken and endured that necessity which could not be avoided, for they were all bound with one chain of darkness. They were all bound, one chain of darkness. You know? Outside, you know, didn't matter, outside, inside. Verse 18, whether it was a whistling wind, or a melodious noise of birds among the spreading branches, or a pleasing fall of water running violently. You know, you hear the birds, or whistling wind. You know, they couldn't see shit though. You know, and you have them in those horror movies. You have them birds, them crows. And you have them, you have that shit, the wind that... A pleasing fall of water running violently. You have that shit. Noises like that. No, it's more like this. You have that shit. You know? You have them in the movies. Hey, Halloween coming up, which is really Samhain, you know, pronounced Samhain. Well, actually, it's spelled Samhain, and that's a pagan holiday. That is a holiday celebrating death. You know, worshiping the god of death. The Samhain, that's the actual God, an actual, you know, really a demon, right? That these people worship, you know. Now that, man, that go back to the Canaanites, of course, the Hamitic people, which, you know, they were behind all this witchcraft, this left hand and shit. That's where it came from, the Hamites. And Esau got it from them. You know, Esau got even his own wickedness from other people, from the Hamites. You know, also the Moabites and the Ammonites, but you know, the Hamites primarily. And guess who were being tormented the first time around? It was the Hamites. Yeah. Halloween came from the Hamites, then our people scattered in Ireland, Scotland, that area, the British Isles. We went into that shit, you know. In fact, it was Jake immigrants from Ireland that kind of brought that shit over here. That was going into that shit. You know, not all of them were Jakes. Of course, you had Edomite immigrants from Ireland as well. But, you know, people from Ireland, Jakes and Edomites, that brought it over here and made it big. And in America, it became big in America, and America made it big. You know, spread it around the world. What do you see doing it now? Who do you see celebrating those holidays now? You know, Halloween especially, so-called white people. Because now Esau is heavily into these wicked pagan holidays, these folly days. Esau is into them now, and then two-thirds of the nation of Israel as well. And these so-called blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans, they are also heavily into these folly days. You know, Halloween, you know, especially the woman. The so-called black, Latino, and Native American women are heavily into these holidays, even more so than the men. They they're heavily into it. They convince the man to participate by saying, "Do it for the kids." They're heavily into it. You know, have these big old parties. Because Jake will find any excuse to party. Our people love mirth. Our people love foolishness. You know, we love mirth. We love mirth. And yeah, a part of it, you know, is because we're oppressed under this so-called white man, you know, and we're also just naturally lively people, but, you know, we go into the customs of the heathen, which is going off. And Halloween, you know, if you can't tell that Halloween is going off, you're a demon yourself. You're a demon yourself. You know, you can't tell. No, you tell me you can't tell. You know, just look at it. Look at what it goes into. You know, if that's not enough for you, man, you're honestly through. You are a demon. It is what it is. You know, so, hey, man, hey, some shit might happen on that day, you know, connected to that day. Some shit might happen. It might happen to where it's on that day, man. On that day, or so-called Christmas. It may happen on either day. Hey, they did say that there is the DHS did warn of a EMP attack around the election. You know, when they announced the results, right? They announced their decision, their selection. They did. Just saying, man. The DHS did announce that. You know, what would an EMP do? Think about it. Lights off. That's what the EMP would do. You know, wouldn't it be some shit that after you go and you celebrate Halloween and you think that shit is sweet, wouldn't it be some shit if the U.S. got hit with the EMP, you know, either the next day, the next night, you know, you get home later on that night, it gets hit, and you're plague of darkness. There you go. Because this place is modern day Egypt. Look on a dollar bill, you know, and this should tell you that there's a big pyramid, the Great Seal. You know, we have the city of Memphis. You had the city of Memphis back in Egypt. And I believe it was located on or near the Nile, the biggest river of Egypt. The Mississippi River, the biggest river of America. You know, so many parallels between this place and Egypt. It's like, it's obvious. There's even a suburb of New York, I believe, or it's near New York, and it's called New Egypt. You have a city called Phoenix. The Phoenix was venerated in ancient Egypt. You know, all those signs, man. You have an obelisk in Washington D.C. All the obelisks, they come from where? The Egyptians. The Washington Monument, which is, I think, the height, is 555 feet, and go underground, but it goes underground a certain amount. And underground, I believe, is like 111, so it's like 666 feet long total, which should tell you something. It should. It should. Even if you so-called if you're not into conspiracies or whatever, and you're just coming across this video, you're not a so-called, you're not what the world calls a conspiracy theorist or a conspiracy nut. Even if you're not, and you're just coming across this video, should be obvious to you. 666, 666 feet. I believe it's in feet. The obelisk, Egyptian, the pyramid on your dollar bill, Novus Ordo Coeptis, Novus Ordo Seclorum, announcing, says something about announcing that the first two words, Novus Ordo Seclorum, is the New World Order, New Secular Order, Novus Ordo Seclorum. It literally says that on the back of your dollar bill. And there's a pyramid, the unfinished, the capstone, but it's like it's unfinished pyramid with the capstone basically floating above it. That should tell you. You know what I'm saying? Being able to perceive these things. That should tell you that, the Babylonian mysteries, the same as the Egyptian. All these things going back to these Hamites. There you go. The same people who oppressed our people back then. Esau took what they had, what they did, and he incorporated it. He's doing the same thing today. The so-called white man is doing the same shit. Same shit, man. The University of Phoenix. Come on, man. Have you seen their commercials? Come on, man. Even in Egypt, man. No, even in the Vatican, you do have an obelisk. That's the false prophet. That's the false prophet right there. The beast, the whore that rideth the beast, and the false prophet. The dragon that gives him the power and his authority. These elites, these Caesars, this so-called white man. The so-called white man, Esau, Edom. Because who rules this kingdom? Esau, Edom. The elites, namely. Which they were the ones that they was in power back then in the Roman days as well. Man, it's clear, man. And then they came back in power. They're the same ones that were in power back then. And then you have, the Romans ruled Egypt, right? So even back then they were getting shit from the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying, man? Even back then. So, America, Egypt, so many parallels. And you so-called Mexicans, you tribe of Issachar, probably had a major role in building the pyramids back in Egypt. You built them in the Americas. So you knew how to build them. Where did you get that knowledge from? You knew how. Hey, man, y'all built them back in. Y'all had a role, a large role in building them back in the land of Egypt as well. Come on, man. Same thing being built. Who's building America? Who built up America, Jake? And you so-called Mexicans, what are y'all doing in America? Construction work. What are y'all doing? Construction work, welding, in the fields too. The hard labor, the labor that requires strength, in the large amounts of work. That's the work that y'all are doing. You're building up this place as well. You've been building up this place. Y'all even picked cotton back in the day. How about that? Y'all worked in the sugarcane fields. Y'all worked in the sugarcane fields, and y'all came to America. When y'all came to America, y'all was impoverished. And, some of y'all were already in the land known as the United States of America. Y'all were in the Southwest. Y'all were impoverished because Esau took your land. So what'd you have to do? You had to do these menial labors, pretty much. You had to do you had to do them jobs that, Esau accuses you of stealing. But those are the jobs that you had to do, and it's in your name. Issachar, he is hired. Think about it. Think about that by itself. Issachar, he is hired. Come on. What is the flex of the so-called Mexican? What is the strength of the so-called Mexican? So is even the flex. Y'all even proud of it. The so-called Mexicans, y'all, that's your flex. We bust around, we work hard. That's your flex. You are proud of that. I got some shit in my hair, man. Trying to get it off. That's all that is. Y'all got so that's y'all's flex. That's your talent. You excel. You shine at that. It's your talent. That's why y'all built pyramids up. Y'all, those pyramids there's so much of them over there. Down in Mexico, southern and central Mexico, you have so much of them over there. Because y'all built the ones back in Egypt too. You had different roles for Jake back then as well. You best believe it. You best believe it, man. You best believe y'all were playing the same role back there in Egypt and now in New Egypt. Hey man, but what do? They accuse you of stealing the jobs, and they belittle you because of that shit. Oh, that's a grunt job, We're the ones who designed it. Y'all just stealing the jobs, and they even accuse y'all of being lazy. They accuse y'all of being lazy. Issachar, he is hired. They accuse you so-called Mexicans of being lazy, just like so-called black men. Just like Native Americans, same thing. Lazy, good for nothing. They accuse y'all of that. Low IQ and all that. They make no account of your labor. They don't give a fuck, and they don't recognize their hard work. They just use you. They just use you to build up this kingdom. You build up this kingdom, really. You build up this kingdom. Slakia. You build up this kingdom just for it to be, just for some devil like Donald Trump. They put this man up there. Just for some devil like him to be like, Mexico don't send its best. Like Mexico is sending y'all over here. No, y'all are poor. Y'all going through it in Mexico. So what do? You come here, across the borders into this country, the borders, which this land over here that, stolen land does not make, just because you steal land does not make it, don't make it your own. So this was Mexico. That's facts. That's historical facts. You know, so this is actually your land that you crossed into. But Esau says, no, you're crossing the border. And you're bringing drugs. And you're bringing crime. And you're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people, you know. I assume. Meaning he is not. He is letting you know that he's assuming, but he is not entirely sure. He's not saying y'all are good people. Some of y'all are good people. Says some of y'all are assuming it. He assumes that some of y'all are good people. Meaning, you know, the fact that he says that, people don't say that when they actually assume. Do people say, do I assume this? No. So he's throwing doubt that even some of y'all are good people. You know, and then you have a devil like him. You know, they put him in office. They put him in office. And what do? They put him in office. And, you know, they so-called wasn't able to take him out, man. Impeach him or nothing. They so-called. Really, he was set up. He was set up. The deep state was not coming against this man at all. He was set up from the get-go, from the beginning to win. This is the man that they wanted in there. You know, and Trump, you know, he serves to remind you Ishkarites, you so-called Mexicans, that you're seen at the same as Los Negros. You're just Spanish-speaking niggas to the so-called white man. You know, he's actually Yahweh Shemi Al-Shai's reminder. Your nigga wake up call. That's what he is. You know, this man, this devil Trump. You're in your captivity, and you're the same as Los Negros. They're your brothers. Stop calling them Mayate. Stop calling them Moreno. Stop talking shit about them. Calling them Negros like it's, you know, stop doing that shit. Stop doing that shit. Ellos son los llamados negros. They're so-called Negroes, so-called black people. But their skin color is what? Brown. Just like yours. Just a darker shade. You know, this place is Egypt all over again. Revelation chapter 11 tells you that. The city, the great city. Verse 8, Revelation chapter 11, verse 8. And their dead bodies shall be in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom in Egypt, where also our Lord Yahushua was crucified, because he was crucified in the media. He's crucified. You know, there's another definition of being crucified. His identity, his image was crucified. Has been crucified in this place. In this place that promotes homosexuality. That's why it's called Sodom. And Egypt, because it enslaves our people and promotes adultery. Adultery. What do you have a show called American Idol. The very big show. And these celebrities, you know, if you really look at it, they are your idols. They are. You know, you look up to them, you know, they're modern day stars of heaven, right? Modern day stars of heaven. They're your idol. You want to be a superstar like these celebrities. You want to be a rock star. You want to be a trap star. You want to be, you know, like these rappers, like these athletes. You want to be like them. You know, because you look at them and, you know, from the carnal perspective, you see that, oh, look, they got those Benzes. You know, they got all those women, right? They got all those women. You know, all those women want to fuck with them. You know, because they have the money. They got all that money. They balling. They flossing. They flossing. They flexing their shit. You know, they're so successful. You see them and you want to be them. You look up to them. They're your role models. And a lot of you Jakes grow up in fatherless homes. A lot of y'all grow up homes without your real dad and shit, without a real role model. Not all of y'all, but there is a large number, because of the curses. Not because y'all are inferior, because of the curses. That's why. Deuteronomy 28 got the answer. That's why y'all have broken homes. That's why y'all go through it in this country. Y'all not able to be successful. These celebrities, that's why you look up to them. Maybe I could somehow be like them. That's why y'all go for get rich quick schemes. That's why y'all do it. Why y'all sell drugs to your own? Because you want to become a trap star. You want to make it out the hood by selling crack to your brother, by selling heroin to your brother, by selling, all types, selling meth, selling weed, ice, right? Selling weed, selling pills to your brother or to your sister. You think that by doing all this, I can get out. I can get out the hood. I can be balling like the celebrities. Not knowing that the celebrities themselves, they're paying the price for that wealth. Because what did they have to do? They had to sell their soul. They tell you in their songs. Eminem, for example, tells you in his song, where I forgot the name of the song. He tells you in this song, though, talking about selling his soul, talking to Satan. But don't you know fame, and Satan tells him, but don't you know the fame has a price too? Know what I'm saying? So what he tells him, no, don't you remember? It goes into that. He goes into that in this song, and then what he do, he shoots Slim Shady, dies from Slim Shady died because that's his alter ego. That's the demon that possessed him, And in a way he can't die. He didn't die, he's still there because you can't kill a spirit, You can't shoot a spirit. And a lot of you celebrities, y'all gonna be tormented. Y'all already seen these demons. Y'all already get tormented by demons. The rest of the two-thirds, Salakia, the rest of the two-thirds got it coming to them. But y'all already get it. And it's, on that date, y'all gonna be getting jacked up as well. Y'all already get it, man. America, man, all this witchcraft that America, all these enchantments, this witchcraft that America, that these elites put on our people. All these, all this wickedness promoted in the land. All these folly days promoted, pushed in the land. Halloween, man, Halloween. Look into it. It's it's obviously demonic, obviously satanic. It celebrates what? Death. Celebrates it goes into death, man. They worship who? The God, in charge of death, the God of death. They worship him. And back in the day, it involved human sacrifices, not just animal sacrifices. The Druids, they would go to your house. The Druids would go to your crib and they'd be like, all right, I got off on, that's where that trick or treat come from, by the way. The Druids will go to your crib and be like, all right, we need a sacrifice from you. Which one is it gonna be? That's what they would do. And we would have to give up their sons and their daughters, their kids, right? You give up your kids, and they needed a sacrifice, a kid. You know, trick or treat. Trick or treat. You know, that's what that goes into. And bobbing for apples. You know, it's the rituals. The rituals. You know, the cauldron they dip in there. The cauldron, man. That's what that goes back to. And the fucking, you know what? And the fucking, jack-o'-lantern scare away demons. That's what jack-o'-lantern go back to. You know, it's all goes, and really, you know, that's the same as when you Jakes back in the land, you would offer your children in the fire to Moloch. That goes back to that. Well, you wonder why the owl? You know, that's one of the symbols, one of the animals that you see that's featured on Halloween decorations. The owl. Wonder why? Because that go back to Moloch. That go back to Moloch. You know, and you Jakes was doing it back in the land, and you had our people scattered in Ireland and Scotland, the British Isles, that were doing that shit. Doing the same shit that their ancestors did. And you know, you Jakes in America doing the same shit that your ancestors did. You know, abominations. Hey, before Halloween, before the actual day, well, really the evening, right? Before October 31st, you have October 30th. You know, which I believe it's called Devil's Night, you know. 30th, 29th, 28th, 27th, one of those nights. I believe it's the night before, if I am not mistaken. What they be doing, they be wilding out. People be wilding out, you know. I mean, because that's when they do that's when them rituals, that's when them rituals really get real, man. The rituals really start on the 18th. Really, I believe so, man. For Samhain, you know, it's not just that day itself. It goes before that. You know. And now it's called Halloween because the Catholics, as our people, as the Catholics, we so-called Christianized it. That's why it's called Halloween, All Hallows Day evening. That's what that goes back to. Okay? You know, Moloch, man, Yahweh Shem Yahushai warns us specifically against offering our children in the fire to Moloch. Yeah, man, that was a practice. Leviticus 18, verse 31. Hey, Halloween is specifically against the Bible, y'all. As well as abortion, because y'all doing that shit too. What do you think these baby parts going on? What do you think they're doing? Planned Parenthood doing when they... Man, Margaret Sanger, I mean, look who's behind it. Look who pushes it, you know, the elites. Esau, Edom. You are giving your child to be sacrificed to Moloch. That's what you're doing. You know, and also this Halloween shit. It's literally what they was doing. Moloch by another name. Leviticus 18 verse 21. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Moloch, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy power. I am Yahweh Hashem Shai. There you go. Halloween is specifically against the scriptures. It was a pagan practice that is very abominable. Very abominable. It was mentioned by name. And so, are y'all doing this? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? And something else? You know how many kids go missing on Halloween? Going out there trick-or-treating? You know how many of them go missing? Where do you think they go? Where do you think they go? Ask yourself that. Where do you think they go? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, man, it's not good, man. It's not good, man. Like, y'all, all these folly days, man. Christmas, which is actually the birthday of Nimrod, Christmas. Mass is short from what? Massacre, mass killing. Where Xmas, where they doing Xing out Hamashiach. And and that's promoted by America, by these Edomites that run this place. It's promoted around the world. Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving. They literally fucking celebrate the death of the so-called Native Americans, the massacre of them. They literally celebrate that shit. Thanksgiving, man. Thanksgiving. That's what I call it. Which goes back to the woman being drunk with the blood of the saints. Who are who? The Israelites. The sanctified ones. You get the picture. The sanctified ones, the holy ones, the holy people, the chosen people, the Israelites. That's who the saints are. And Thanksgiving, what do? You have a turkey, put stuffing in it. You have cranberry sauce on the side, or you could put it on the turkey. You have that's the first ingredients you think of, and you have, of course, others: mashed potatoes, corn, all that shit. And it's celebrating the death of a Gadite. That's what that turkey represents, man. Yeah, Esau is a sick devil. He's a base man. He's a base man. That's literally, and you Jakes, you so-called blacks and Latinos, you're celebrating the death of your own brothers. You could say what you want, and you Israelite foreigners too. You're celebrating the death of your own brothers. Hey, the turkey body with the head cut off. Come on, though. Stuff it with stuffing and shit. Put fucking cranberry sauce on it. Come on, man. Come on, man. You're celebrating the death of your brothers. The Gadites, who are the so-called Native Americans. You're celebrating that. So stop doing that shit. You're being told that it's wicked. And I believe brothers have gone into it before. So stop doing that shit. Stop doing that shit. Repent. Turn back. But for all this, the ground is cursed. The ground is cursed. This land, America, think of it this way. America is a huge haunted house. Not only is a burning house, the house of the thief, is a huge haunted house. One big haunted house. And when the lights go off on this place, when the lights get knocked out of this place, just remember what me and like-minded Akim have been saying. You know, it's gonna be hell out here. It's gonna be pure hell. You're gonna have that Illuminati card. The reason why I brought it out, I bring it out because they line up with biblical prophecy. But you know, I had to go further into this. You know, and hey man, it could very well happen. Oh, you was just celebrating Halloween, and then while everybody is celebrating that, boom, EMP, lights out. Lights out. Night, night, America. You get home, you go to sleep. Yeah, that was fun. You wake up next day, you know, whatever. Oh no, lights out. Could happen when you get back home. Could happen. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. Could definitely happen some other time, earlier or later. Could definitely happen, but you know what? I wouldn't be surprised actually. They end up hitting this motherfucker with the EMP. Whether it's actually an attack by North Korea, who had that satellite called the Rising Sun above us. Whether it's them or whether these devils do it themselves. They've had drills. One of them they have Grid X drills. You know, look that up. Where they basically train to do these things. They train, drills, test runs. They've had that. Just like they had Jade Helm. You know. It's called Grid X. They had a drill like that, you know. They could do it. Lights out. Lights out. Night, night, America. You know. But you ain't gonna get no sleep. That is, if you're the 2/3. If you're the 2/3. Or if you're a heathen. If you're an Edomite. Or another heathen. You ain't gonna get no sleep. You know, it's gonna be a long night. Hold on, I gotta charge this phone. Yo, I'm slacking. Start doing that right now. Don't put it off. If you click with this message, this message speaks to your soul. There's a reason for that. You may be one of the elect. So keep following us. Keep following our videos, edifying videos. I try to be as edifying. I make the videos to edify the sheep, because Yahweh Shem Yahushua want us to edify the sheep. He wants us to sound the alarm. He wants us to feed the sheep. If you love me, feed my sheep, right? So that's what I'm doing. So, y'all, need to get right. These Illuminati cards, these different Illuminati cards, is predictive programming. Revelation chapter 16, let me get that. Because there's also plague of darkness prophesied here. And the fifth angel, verse 10, and the fifth angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast, and the kingdom was full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongues for pain. We even experienced pain from this darkness, being scared, and it was darkness that you could feel. It's darkness that you could feel, just like back in ancient Egypt. Verse 11, and blasphemed the power of heaven because of their pains, and repented not of their deeds. They blasphemed Yahweh Hashem Yahushai because of their pains and their sores, and repented not of their deeds. It's coming to this place. You don't know it. But, we don't know when it's going to happen. It could happen then. It could happen, what I said, like Halloween, or it could happen later on. We don't know. Yeah, man. You don't know. So it's just, gotta repent, man. It's coming soon. It's gonna get real out here, man. You have what? There's another, which, since it talks about those sores, it could be that it's after the mark of the beast, but which that could come soon. It could come fast. Could come very fast. And you have these different Illuminati cards, man. Our salvation is nearer than when we first believed. So our salvation, like, we believe that our salvation is close. So even, it must be even closer than what we believe. No, hold on, Aki. I gotta go take care of some. Alright, alright, alright. Shalom. Back at it again. Alright. Yeah, man. These different Illuminati cards, man. Yeah. It's a fulfillment. A lot of them line up with biblical prophecy. Some of it, of this predictive programming is, they're trying to claim that it's, they're trying to claim that they're trying to claim that what is it? They're trying to claim that they control everything, but at the same time, some of these they do bring that about. Like, hey, man. There's a card called the Irish Flu. Put this card on top of any personality in play. The victim loses its action token and cannot get another one this turn. Killing the victim gets rid of the flu. Otherwise, at the beginning of the next turn, the victim becomes immune, and its owner passes the flu to any non-immune personality in play. The flu moves each turn until every personality in play is immune. Then it is discarded. Use markers to show who is immune. The Center for Disease Control makes its whole power structure immune to the flu. As they control it. You know, at their flu. You know, the coronavirus, you know, the actual virus, they have a patent on it. Not only is it hyped up, but the actual virus is, it's owned by them. You know, you have to have, they created it, man. They created all these viruses. AIDS, you know, they own it, man. They own it. You have to have designed it or invented it for you to own a patent and for something. That's facts. You know, note that there are many strains of the flu. A personality who suffered through one flu card is not immune to the flu from another card. Don't that sound like Rona? Pestilences. Yeah, it sounds like Rona, don't it? Rona. Sounds like Rona. And that's just Matthew 24 verse 7, man. That's what that is. Also, 2nd Ezra chapter 16. Yeah, man. I think even 15, if I'm not mistaken. 15 mainly deals with the sedition among men and, you know, sword and I think famine, too. Famine cause it. Pestilence cause it, too, man. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, is verse 7. And pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places. Hey, that's Matthew 24, verse 7. And that's just that right there, man. Nation. Hey, sedition among men. There's one that shows sedition among men. You know, which is a part of this as well. Because Jake is on the bottom. And also for the Edomites. Hey, BLM protest. Even says on this picture, BLM protest and link to the Illuminati New World Order card, Eat the Rich. Yep. Carefully orchestrating the media, you create an insane groundswell of anger, blaming the wealthy and powerful for everything. This card may be may be played by any media group which makes an attack to destroy against a group with a power of 6 or more, or aid in that attack. It gives an extra 10 plus 10 to the attack and makes it privileged. So, there you go, man. There you go. There you go. And that's what it was. That's what it was. That's what it goes into. Man, because they want you Jakes to get riled up. And even some of their own people, coming against them as well. They want you Jakes to get riled up, though. They want that shit. They want a civil war, and they want a race war in this country. They want, and that's according to prophecy. They're gonna engineer it, also that's prophesied. That's 2nd Ezra, chapter 15, verse 19. Verse 15. For the sword and their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up to fight against another, and swords in their hands. There you go. Verse 6. Race wars in different classes of people as well. The rich, right? The middle class, the people live in the suburbs, versus the poor. The cops versus the citizens. The people in the suburbs versus the people out in the ghetto, in the hood. And then people in the country versus the people in the ghetto, in the hood. There you go, man. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, in the course of their actions shall stand in verse 16. For there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, in the course of their actions shall stand in their power. So this is the fulfillment of prophecy, man. I bet, since I started live streaming, there's been more updates on that than BLM protests. Which have turned into riots, man. Anger is real. Jake is pissed off, and you have Edomites. The blue-haired or rainbow-haired, coffee sipping, coffee chugging devils. You have them, which play cool, but they also want that power, man. They hide their racism. They also want that power as well, man. They want to take power from the proud red devils, the mega hatters. Use you Jakes to do it, and they're for LGBT. Really, this is for LGBT. They're just using you Jakes as cannon fodder, and as basically to promote it. They use you Jakes as that Trojan horse, and to promote it, man, to promote that movement. Hey, but yeah, man, and that's gonna end up causing what? A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able to. First, I'm gonna get this Illuminati card, man. That's basically this one right here, man. That basically about civil unrest. Another one, and it's about basically. I'm gonna bring it out. Riots. Yup. Riots, let me get it. get that one. Upheaval, yup. The Illuminati card, Upheaval. Worldwide riots continue for a third week with no sign of abatement. Yup. Each player must choose one group from his power structure and discard it. These do not count as destroyed for anyone's victory conditions. This card may be played at any time. It requires an action by your Illuminati. So, there you go. Does require Illuminati action. Or these so-called Illuminati, these elites. And that's another card that you see being played. You know, it's going to get out of hand. Auto Abkale. That's Auto Abkale. And that's going to lead what? To a sweeping reform. That's something else they use. Discard all new order cards now in play. This requires the actions of media groups with a combined power of at least 6. These groups may belong to more than one player. You know, it shows basically a big broom sweeping everybody. Everything, man. Everybody and everything. Fire. You know, the besom of destruction is going to sweep this place. You know. But that's talking about, like, something else. That's something else. Sweeping reforms. That one, Upheaval, shows a dude punching a dude that have a headband punching a cop in the face. That's right, a riot cop. It shows a dude punching a cop in the face. And a cop firing into the crowd. And bricks being thrown. What did you see? Hey, what did you see at those BLM protests for George Floyd? You saw piles of bricks. Damn, okay. Actually, it does be shown. You saw piles of bricks out there. Esau just left them out there. And you had agent provocateurs that were caught. But now it's time to get you Jakes mad so you go along with it. You know, that's going to lead to what? Media blitz. I mean, there is a media blitz on it, man. Media blitz everywhere. They show it everywhere. Push it out there. They have an agenda. It shows a TV showing it. Okay, a magazine called True Facts showing it. A cup. A cup having it. A billboard showing it. You know, it shows the Illuminati with the eye sign, basically. That circle representing the eye. And then it's inside a circle, you know. Illuminati got the eye on, so-called Illuminati got the eye on you, trying to, you know, secret society trying to keep their eye on me, man. Trying to keep their eye on our people. The wicked watches the righteous and seek it to slay them. That's biblical. A media blitz right there. You know, and this man wearing the shirt with the triangle in the circle, Illuminati eye within the circle. You know, because it's everywhere. They push out a movement. As part of their agenda. Get you Jakes riled up. You know, they tell you to vote every year, but you Jakes, you know, y'all gonna vote, and this devil is still gonna, like, I believe so. If there is an election, they're gonna have Trump win. If not, if there is no election, then they're gonna have then it's just gonna be Trump, man, martial law, and combined disasters, calamities, right? Different calamities hitting. You see, like that's the Big Ben Tower was like falling, man. All Esau's false flags as well, Esau's false flags, Esau has that planned. Combined disasters on fires, ashes. Some dude, he looked like a zombie out there. And then some riots, right? No, wait. He looked like he have a gun in his hand or something. In his hand, right? He looked like he have a gun in his hand. And then you see these people out there that it's combined disasters, man. Combined disasters. And one disaster be the main one. And I believe so, man. Got that a false flag coming up. Some kind of false flag coming up. Or it's going to be blamed, I believe, on the Hebrew Israelites. So that Esau can do what? So that Esau can do what? Do this, put that persecution into play. You already see a glimpse of it now. And then shall they deliver you up, verse 9, after 8, the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations' sake, and of all nations for my name's sake. Verse 10, then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. See, you already see what I'm talking about. And many false prophets that shall rise and deceive many. Verse 11, Well, that just goes into something else. Also Jacob's trouble, and because many where iniquities shall abound, beloved, many shall wax cold. Verse 13, but he that endure until the end, the same shall be saved. So endure until the end. Those of y'all who are in the truth, keep pushing, endure until the end. Almost out of here. Verse 14, and this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. So there you go. You see it. You see the gospel of the kingdom being preached to all nations, and then shall the end come. The end of what? This devil's queendom. The end of Esau's rulership. Verse 15, how is it going to go down? When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stating in the holy place. And back then, 70 AD, that was the Romans coming into the temple and destroying them. Destroying the temple, erecting a pagan temple in this place, putting abominations. And verse 16, nowadays it's that Esau is trying to put that abomination and make it desolate, the abomination of desolation in your body, because your body is the temple. Now you understand the focus on that. Verse 16, and let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Now we was in the land. We had to flee into the mountains. We had to flee. We had to get the fuck out, man. Let them which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. That 70 AD, Jake fled out of there. There was a large amount of Jakes that went to Africa, North and West Africa. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him, verse 18, which is in the field, return back to take his clothes. They had to flee, go into Africa. Masada, other areas, or Africa. Had to go to Africa. Had to get the fuck out there to bounce. And these days are coming back. Neither let him which is in the field. He was in the field, he had to bounce. Those days are coming back. Return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. So those that are with child, pregnant women, even you have a child, man. But what pregnant women, man, and them that give suck in those days, they have newborn babies. Say woe unto them, because it's gonna be an extra burden. It's gonna weigh you down. You trying to get the fuck out of there. You trying to run, and your baby need a meal. Say, for example. What you gonna do? You have to stop and give him a meal, man. He's crying. Esau's coming, or along the way, Esau's coming, and you're fleeing, and he's crying, he needs a meal. Yeah, man, it's not gonna be good if you have a child in that day, It's not recommended. Now, if you have a child, take care of them. But it's not recommended to be getting knocked up and having children these days. It's not recommended. Yeah. Imagine being born into Jacob's trouble, man. Even for the child, man. Not recommended. I'm not saying abort your baby. Don't fucking try to twist my words or take the plan B. I'm not saying that shit. Just it's not wise to get pregnant to have a child. It's not wise. Get your girl pregnant, have a child these days. Not wise. Not wise. Because of what's coming. Not wise. Verse 20. That your flight be not in the winter, neither in the Sabbath day. Out there too long, it's not good. Our people, man, Jake, does not do good in the cold. I mean, Jake, our people, we don't really fuck with cold like that. So, you're cold like that. So, pray that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day, man, because you're supposed to honor the Sabbath. That law is still in place. Yeah, that wasn't done away with, man. You misunderstood the scriptures, or your pastor misled you, man. Pastor Pork Chops lied to you, man. Bishop Barnacle lied to you, man. Bishop Bacon Breath. Bishop Bacon Grease. Honest Doubles. Oh, even if he has a beard. Lied to you, man. The law is not done away with. Yahweh was the sacrifice. But the actual law, like the rest of it, nah, man. He's the sacrifice and he's our high priest. That's all. That's all. That was basically replaced. All that was replaced with Yahweh. And the doors of mercy are open unto us. But they're going to be closed in that day. For then shall be great tribulation, verse 21, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, nor never shall be. Hold on, Akim. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be great tribulation such as was not since the beginning of the world, to this time nor ever shall be. That's Jacob's trouble. And then it's gonna be that bad. So bad, he's gonna have to, that goes into that, hold on, first of all, that goes into that martial law, Illuminati card. Martial law. Yeah. That's what's gonna come out of it. Auto ab KO. It says play this card to give 10 power or resistance to any. Okay. Government group. Okay. Government group. You control, man. If used with the action, it must be played when the action is first declared, when they declare martial law, and counts only for that action. If used for defense, the bonus lasts until the end of the current turn. Is good for defense only, and does not count toward goals. Martial law. Hey, they sold these soldiers, in front of the White House. Well, yeah, I believe that's what it is, man. With guns. They have Illuminati symbol on their head. Martial law. That's what's coming. Hey, interesting times. Combined disasters, right? Interesting times. That goes into that too. Because you see even these beasts. You see these newly created beasts out there fucking shit up. Wreaking havoc, tearing shit up. You have that's interesting times. And then the goal is population reduction. What is that? What is that, man? That's in Law and Order. New World Order, Law and Order. Hey, Trump, what he claimed to be, Law and Order president. Goal, population reduction. Esdras had even prophesied about this, man. About population reduction. And I can pull that up. As well as the combined disasters. I can pull that up too. Combined disasters, interesting times card. New World Order. It's Illuminati, but it's under that section. Interesting times card. And that's yeah, that's even what I was reading about the sedition of my man, but also interesting times that goes into Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12, I believe. Cursed seed from the beginning. Okay, that talks about the wicked. Oh yeah. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11. There you go. For the almighty hand that made the world of matter without form, one did not mean to send among them a multitude of bears or fierce lions. Verse 18. Or unknown wild beasts, full of rage, newly created, breathing out either a fiery vapor, or fiery vapor like Leviathan, right? And you have others. Or filthy scents of scattered smoke, or shooting horrible sparks out of their eyes. Verse 19, whereof not only the harm I dispatched them at once, but also, at once is what I meant, but also the terrible sight, he utterly destroyed them. Verse 20, yeah, and without these might they have fallen down with one blast, being persecuted of vengeance, and scattered abroad through the breath of thy power. But thou hast ordered all things in measure and number and weight. For 21, verse 21, for thou canst show thy great strength at all times when thou wilt, and who may withstand the power of thine army. There you go. For the whole world before thee is as a little grain of the balance, yet as a drop of the morning dew that falleth down upon the earth. So that's all, man. That's all. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11, man. Unknown wild beasts, full of rage, newly created, breathing out either a fiery vapor or filthy scents of scattered smoke, or shooting horrible sparks out of their eyes. Hey, you already have animals that could do stuff like that. Like you have this frog. I believe there's a frog that's down there, in the Amazon. It's called poison dart frog. I believe that it could shoot, well, not sparks out of their eyes, but I believe it could shoot like some, not like poison. I believe it's out their eyes. I believe it shoots not sparks like you, but poison out their eyes. You have different animals out there, and Yahweh Shem outside, he's Yahweh, he can just create. He can create an animal like that, unknown wild beast, newly created, full of wrath. And also, they have, he created all of this. And also these devils, these devils are mad scientists, and they create shit. They create beasts. Like they've done it. They create chimeras and shit. Of course they can't reproduce, but they create them, and they're still out there. So that's probably what they're doing too. And because the so-called aliens, they call them aliens, really angels, and with their chariots, they're not gonna have no dealings with these devils, man. No, man. Like, so Area 51 area, man. No, that's probably most likely that's what they're doing over there. unknown wild beasts. Ready to be released on you Jakes and you lower level Edomites and heathens. When Jacob's trouble hit, man. Unknown wild beasts. That's another one. So, hey, and that card, that Illuminati card, look it up. It's called Interesting Times. It's a New World Order card. Interesting Times, and it shows that. It shows unknown wild beasts. Just fucking shit up. Interesting times, eh? Yeah. Martial law, quarantine. You already see that going on. That's gonna be intensified. Quarantining you in the FEMA camps. Second, Revelation 2 verse 10. Also second Ezra's chapter 16 verses verse 30 verses 68, 67 is he introduces it, because 68 to 72 really goes into it. For behold, the burning wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you, and they shall take away certain of you, and feed you being idle with things offered unto idols. And they that consent unto them shall be had in derision, and in reproach, and trodden in the foot. Verse 70, for there shall be in every place and in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear Yahweh Shem Yahushai, which is Jake, and the elect who fear calling and knowledge, and those who, the 2/3 who don't. Verse 71, they shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear Yahweh, by Hashem Yahushai. Verse 72, for they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. There you go. The elect, though, they going to be good in that day. Verse 73, then they shall be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as gold in the fire. This to try you, not to destroy you, as spoken about in verse 67. So shall Yahweh lead you forth and deliver you out of all trouble, You leave off from your sins, forget your iniquities, forever, man. Meddle no more. Sin no more. Sin no more. Hear, O ye my beloved, say Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. From all this, all this. We may get thrown in a FEMA camp. Have our shit taken. That may happen to us, but we'll get, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai may still deliver you. Don't give up hope. And even, you get put to death, you get risen up. Get risen back up. You're given a crown of life. Remember that. Yeah. So, persevere unto death. Salakis. That goes into enduring unto the end. The same shall be saved. And goes into Revelation 2 verse 10. Fear none of these things thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that you may be tried. And ye shall have tribulation 10 days, and be thou faithful unto death. There you go. And I will give thee a crown of life. That goes into that. Because these FEMA camps are real. Salaka. That's part of when that martial law come. That's what they're going to be doing. In Isaiah 59 verse 19, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai God our people. Isaiah 59 verse 19. That's classic one I bring out a lot. But it applies here. So shall they fear the name of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai from the west, and his glory from the rising of the suns, Salakia. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the spirit of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai shall lift up a standard against them. And verse 20, and as for me, this is Verse 20, and the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and unto them that turn from transgression in Jacob say Yahweh Shem Yahushai, because we have the name of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, a strong tower. So, yeah, man, that's Salakia. Hey, when the enemy shall come in like a flood, that's what's, when the storm troopers roll on us, that's what's going to happen. Hey, man, you would order law and order. It shows them devils. It shows them devils, hitting, this is also, prophecy too, man. That prophecy, it fulfills it as well as it's spoken about in many parts, as well as Revelation 2 verse 10. Revelation 12 verse 12 speaks about this. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea. For the devil is come down unto you having great wrath, because he knoweth that he had but a short time. And when the dragon saw that he was cast into the earth, verse 13, he persecuted the woman who brought forth the man child. And he's gonna, and that woman is Israel. That's gonna happen again. That's gonna happen again. Esau Edom. Esau Edom. Hey, emergency powers. Martial law. And it shows this Edomite, New World Order, this Edomite soldier slamming this Jake into what looks like a tree. The rest of him. That's not no coincidence. Hey, upheaval, the riot, and then what? The emergency powers. Esau coming down with great wrath. Slamming you Jakes down. That's what these devils are gonna do. Hey. Yeah, I found it real weird that someone randomly commented, well, where do you live? Weird. That's weird, man, and it could be that there is agents. It sounds like some agent shit. But it's alright, man. Go ahead and roll, Esau. Go ahead and roll. Hey, the Clipper chip, Man. The Clipper ship. The Clipper ship. Let me get that Clipper shit. Hey, man. It could be that if I can find that the one showing the RFID chip, I'd be, hey, I'll tell y'all which one it is. Oh, this one I'm looking about. Basically a witch talking about the stars are right. These witches and warlocks, they be going into shit like that. And she's in the middle of the wood and shit. Yeah, man. Yeah. Celebrity spokesman. They mislead our people. Man, hey, Apostle Iram live called the Hidden Hand, and I'm talking about who the so-called Illuminati. That's the spirit. Kahala Yalba Shimei Shai. I've been live for 4 hours. Been live for 4 hours. Hey, the leaders of all of that people caused the air. Leaders of that people caused the air. And that's chapter. All that upheaval shit is also Isaiah 19 verse 2. And I will set the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they shall fight every one against his brother, and every one against his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. There you go. That's also that. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hold up. About the prophets. What about the leaders of my people calls in the air? Leaders of my people calls in the air. That's that one. It's that one right. Maybe in Jeremiah. It's Jeremiah right there. It's Jeremiah. I believe it's in Jeremiah. That's why I'm saying that. I'm looking for it though. Now Jeremiah 23 is the pastors, that feed my people. Hey, they're like these celebrities, man. They're leaders of our people as well. They feed them evil things though. Yeah, so woe unto them too. Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture. Applies to them as well. Verse 2, because therefore thus saith the Lord power, Yahweh Shemel Shai, against the pastors that feed my people. Ye have scattered my flock, and have driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doings, saying, Yahweh Shemel Shai, Yeah, man. Verse 3, and I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries whether I have driven them, and I will bring them against their folds, and they shall be fruitful and increase. Verse 4, and I will set them up shepherds over them which shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed, neither shall they be lacked, saith Yahweh Shem Shai. And that's the men of Yahweh Shem Shai. Mm-hmm. Hold up, I'm looking for it. Let me let me look up that the leaders of my people, KJV. Ah shit. Salaka. Time problem came back. Hey, but leaders of my people, that's for that. That's Isaiah 9, verse 16. The leaders of my people caused them to err. For the leaders of this people cause them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed. And that you see that our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, following these celebrities and these false pastors, false prophets. Hold on, Akim. That was Amen. They were spoken about. Gun control. They're gonna take the guns. Yeah, man. Hold on. Yeah, the war crimes charge shows a devil that looked like Julius Caesar. Hey, man, but Khan. As Esau eventually wants to, Esau runs those organizations. Hey, this Illuminati card paved the earth. Hey, that's Revelation chapter, I believe, 18. Revelation chapter 18, verse 11, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Could be vice versa. Maybe vice versa, maybe. Yeah. And the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shalt give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth. Yup. Esau Edom. And these other heathens which follow after their ways. Yup. Esau Edom right there. And Isaiah chapter 14. Isaiah chapter 14. Isaiah chapter 14. Verse you know, the chapter about, oh man, they that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee and consider thee, saying, is this the man that made the earth to tremble, and that did shake kingdoms? Verse 17, that made the world as a wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners. There you go. Then it's talking about who? Esau Edom, who's referred to here as Lucifer, specifically the elites. You know, mockingly referred to him as that. And also verse 7, when these devils fall. Oh, verse 7, yeah. The whole earth is at rest. Oh, let me start from verse 5. Yahweh Shem Yahushai has broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers. Verse 6. He who smote let me go to the point, man. Verse 8. Yeah, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since thou art laid down, no feller is come up against us. Because these devils are known for cutting down all the trees and paving it over, and, you know, shit like that. You know, paving it over and shit. Little ass parks, that's it. That's it. Paving it over. Pave the earth. It said pave the earth. And it's a pyramid. Look like a cone, actually. Yeah, pyramid. A pyramid, the eye, of course, symbolizing the so-called Illuminati. You know, how he has a torch. You know, it looked like it's paving the road, and basically pavement after, trees before, and grass before. Yeah, man, like, pave the earth, what it say? Esau going around destroying everything. Amen. Hey, in that movie, The Lorites, they show you if Esau could do that, pave the whole earth, and destroy the trees. You know, he would do that shit and charge you for air. He would do that shit. Because he's that much of a devil. This man is the wicked. This man is death and hell. Hey, that even shows, because what is he bringing? Death. That Illuminati card paved the earth. It shows that. I'm going into these Illuminati cards just in case you ain't, and how they apply to biblical prophecy, just in case you ain't know. If you don't know, now you know. I'm letting you know. Hey, that's the title of this live though, so yeah, you should know. You should know if you don't. But hey, man, This predictive programming paved the earth, and that's one of them. It shows what they do, and it shows what they gonna do, and it's according to biblical prophecy, and that also shows that this man has death and hell. That's in Revelation. Revelation, when it talks about the horses. One of them was what? A pale horse. You know, and he's the red horse too. Verse 4, and there, but let me get verse 8. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. This man is death. It's hell. In Habakkuk is a precept. There's a precept to that. Habakkuk chapter 2. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse... I'm gonna get it. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 5. Yet also, because he transgresseth by wine, he is a proud man, neither keepeth at home, who enlargeth his desire as hell, and is as death, and cannot be satisfied, but he gathereth unto him all nations, and heapeth unto him all people. That's his devil. He can't be satisfied. Just like death and hell. There's always someone dying and being put in the grave, Sheol, which is, that's the Hebrew word. Hebrew word is Sheol. Yeah, man. And also what I read, that verse in Isaiah chapter 14, several verses. The fir trees, the whole earth gonna rejoice when this devil go down. Because that's what he does. Goes around the world and destroys. And the heathen, they follow what this devil does. They're drunk with the wine. In fact, that's Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 15. Woe unto him that giveth his neighbor drink, and puttest thy bottle to him, and makest him drunken also, that thou mayest look on their nakedness. They destroy their own country so that they can, and they elect corporations. They give all the resources to Edomite corporations. They impoverish their people. And they take the resources from the land. They tear down the trees and all that. They cut down the trees, and they just like that card, pave the earth. Pave it over, use it for a ranch and all that. And then use up the resources. If this devil was allowed to keep going, if this devil was allowed to keep ruling, man, it may end up like that, where all the trees are cut down. No, it would end up like that. No flesh would be saved. All the trees would be cut down, and you would have to pay this devil for air. You would have a chip in your hand, and you would have to pay for air with the chip. That's how no flesh would be saved. Yeah, man. Can't breathe without a chip and shit. Fucked up, man. You have to pay. You have these oxygen tanks. Oh, you want air, sir? You want air, ma'am? Show me your hand. or your forehead. Lean over so I can scan your forehead, just like they be doing whenever they take your temperature for the Rona. It's predictive programming. And that's conditioning. That is conditioning as well. It's just a nightmare. if this devil was allowed to continue ruling. This place would be a nightmare. You have literal devils ruling, literal psychopaths ruling. Man, yeah, man. Called Pave the Earth. Interesting, man. That's what Esau would do with the whole world. Oh, you want air? Man, crazy, man. You want air? Here. Oh, here, put your hand so I can forward. Give me your hand so I can scan it. Or lean your head over so I can scan it. Here, okay, here. You can have air. Oh, you have no chip? You can't breathe. You run out of air? Too bad. You know, you could just see these devils doing some shit like that if they were allowed to continue with their shenanigans. They were allowed to continue, they'd destroy the whole world. The whole world. Hey, man. Esau made, hey, man. Predictive programming, man, is a motherfucker. Pizza for the secret meeting. Pizza get anyone? Says pizza for the secret meeting. Is this the secret meeting? Meaning, here you go. Double cheese, pepperoni, anchovy, green olives, black olives, mushroom, and a microphone. Play this card at any time. Pick one secret group to lose its secret status for the rest of the current turn. Hey, man. Pizzagate, bruh. Hey, Pizzagate. There's an Illuminati card for that, man. And that's also in the scriptures, man. It describes what these devils do. These merciless murderers of children and devourers of human flesh. That's Wisdom of Solomon, chapter, I believe, 11. You know, odious works of witchcrafts. Hey, man. For verse 3, for it was thy will to destroy for thine uncorruptible I don't know, I'm trying to figure out where to start. For thy uncorruptible spirit is in all things. Verse what? Oh, let me start from verse 4, straight to the point. Whom thou hatest for doing most odious works of witchcrafts, and wicked sacrifices. Verse 5, and also those merciless murderers of children, and devourers of man's flesh, and the feasts of blood. Verse 6, with their priests out of the midst of the idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed with their own hands, souls destitute of help. Amen. That's why the Canaanites were judged. Yeah, man. Merciless murderers of children. That's what they do. They rape them and then they kill them. They kill them, or they have their adrenaline is high. They're scared. They put them to death right there, and they take their adrenaline, their adrenochrome. they murdered them in that way, man, the most brutal ways. That's part of their witchcraft, their odious works of witchcraft. Witchcraft, yep. And it's shown here. The Peacegate was about that, because they would speak in code about it, man. No one talks about pizza like that and hot dogs like that. You know, the way that they talked. No, man. No way, man. They was talking in code. You already know it. You know, of course, the race war. How they started the race war, man. How they started the race war. Well, it's detailed in there as well. It's the card called Black Activist. It's called Black Activist, yep. And they lead you jakes. They have these controlled opposition activists that lead you jakes to we lead you jakes into lead you to the slaughter. And they want you jakes to rise up. Hey man, so all this, you know, they actually show it in the Illuminati card games, you know, predictive programming. It's pretty accurate too. They show a lot of it. They show a lot of what they've done. A lot of what they're about to do. A disaster. Yo, they control that weather. Bait and switch. They act like they're your friend. They act like they're your friend. Bait you in, and then what? The switch. Bait and the switch in their hand. Or the sword. That's what these devils do, man. That's Ecclesiasticus verse 12, chapter 12 right there. Trust not thine enemy, never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusts his soul is his wickedness. Verse 11, though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and be aware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust have not been altogether wiped away. Verse 12, set him not by thee, lest when he hath overthrown thee stand up in thy place. Neither let them sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat. And thou at the last remember my words and be pricked therewith. You know, so though he humble himself and go crouching, you know, you gotta take good heed and be aware of him. You know, because he's not your friend. He's putting up a front. Verse 13, who will pity a charmer that has been with the serpent, and any such as come nigh wild beasts. You're gaining this devil, man. He's that serpent. They're wild beasts, man. You're coming nigh them. You're trying to charm this serpent, this deaf adder that cannot be charmed. He's described as that too. Verse 14, so one that goeth through sinner and is defiled with them in the sins, who will pity? Verse 15, for a while he will abide with thee, but if thou begin to fall, he will not tarry. Because you act like he's your friend. Verse 16, the enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit. He will weep with his eyes, but if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. And that's these devils. They have not hated blood. In fact, they are not satisfied with it. They cannot be satisfied. There is death in hell. Verse 17 is adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. And though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine thee. You see that in that pic. Pretend to be her friend. Pretend to give her some what had a bat in his other hand, or a switch, or a sword. Verse 18, you will shake his hand and clasp his hands and whisper much and change his countenance. There you go. Because he deceived you. And so now he's clowning on you. So, all these Illuminati card games, they go back to, biblical prophecy, and how these, also scriptures on how these devils work. So I hope this live was edifying. I was going into that. I want to give all praise to Yahweh, Shem Yahushai, double honors to the apostles and elders of Great Millstone. Salutations to the Akim out there spreading this truth like wildfire. Shalom to the Israelite foreigners who look like the other nations. Shalom to the real sisters out there. Just shout out to all of y'all, man. Shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to all of y'all. Hope this live was edifying for y'all. Stay strong. We almost out of here. That is coming into this place. Babylon the Great. Egypt, Sodom, Greco-Roman Empire, Assyria, of course. All rolled into one. Much worse than all those empires. It's about to be destroyed. Mawat and destruction is coming to this place. Mawat lava ball, Mawat lava ball, Mawat lava ball. Ababa ball, baba ball, baba ball, baba ksha, Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Can't come soon enough, and it is coming soon. It is coming soon, so we almost come. Then we get out of here. Yahweh Tazah be of that number. Yahweh Tazah we be of that number. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. We got next. Jacob got next. Jacob got last. Jacob got forever. Yasharallah. So it's Yasharallah forever. It's Yasharallah forever. Remember that. And let it continue to keep you motivated. Alright? Keep pushing. Be that enduring branch. Enduring to the end. And you shall be saved. Shalom.